No. Why is there no... Okay. Make sure the audio is coming through from this because it doesn't show that it is, which is awesome. Is that working? Okay, I don't know why the game sound is not working. Is that... No. Odd. Just... Is that working? Okay. Don't know what I did, but it works, so that's what matters. Okay. I also tried for a very long time. Oh, okay. That is pretty loud, isn't it? Is that a little better? Or is it still too loud? Okay, cool. I tried for a very long time to get the chat to show up in OBS, but it does not matter what I do. I am not smart enough to get Twitch to show up in OBS. I can get YouTube. I cannot get Twitch, so I just have... It's a good thing I have as many screens as I do. Okay. I started this once to like make sure that like it was gonna work and everything to like show up, but I didn't actually get far into the story like at all, so I'm just starting new. I also know absolutely nothing about this game, literally nothing, so this will be fun. Natsume died. I also forgot there's no voice acting, so you get to really hear a lot of me. Did someone pass away? I remember trying to do an old woman's... No. Yes, they're holding a funeral for a boy called Natsume. Natsume? Well, I think I might have known him. Really? Probably. At least I think so. This is what it sounds like talking to me. God, that is loud. Wow. I'm sorry if that's like super, super quiet for you now, but oh my god. That's like blaring in my ear. Okay. In that case, why not bring him some flowers? Huh? Can I? Of course. I'm certain he would appreciate it. I was like, oh no, did the game crash? It's fine. Getting a bit tense. Oh, it's gonna be okay. Just need to get inside. After muttering that to myself, I nodded and took a step forward. Ah! Only to end up bumping into someone. Sorry. I'm sorry too. I bumped into someone's tall, dark back, but as I looked up, I was surprised to see a face that still carried a hint of boyish youth to it. He was a head taller than most people, making him easily stand out, whether he liked it or not. Although the bump happened entirely due to my own clumsiness, he addressed me with genuine sincerity. I'm off then. Ah, hey. This music is loud. Loud. I opened the door. A solemn atmosphere hung heavy in the air as I stepped into the church. Natsume. Some wept, others looked on. Nope, I don't know how to read. Some wept, others looked ahead in silence. Were they all reminiscing about the time they'd spent with him? I hope they are. Why say that one line out loud? The service would begin in seconds, and I was the only one still standing. I hurriedly scanned my surroundings for a place where I could sit. I took a seat deeper in. I'll sit next to you if you don't mind. This guy looks so... I'm like the only person that actually liked and has rewatched Recreators as many times as I have, but this guy looks exactly like one of the characters from it. I can't remember his name, but believe me, he does. Go ahead. I kept gazing at the flowers far ahead while waiting for the ceremony to begin. Then came the coffin. Everyone around me muttered prayers in remembrance of Natsume. A chant played as the coffin was carried forward. I've also never been to a funeral before, so I just kind of assumed that, like, you walked in and it was already there. It didn't, like, carry it out, but, you know. Hearing the priest talk, all I could think about was its contents. A while later, the service began in earnest, accompanied by organ music. The attendees stood up and brought flowers to the coffin. A student with darker skin approached it next. I am curious. Finding myself somewhat curious about him, I decided to follow him with my gaze. This bitch says nothing. I guess it is a funeral, so... The dark-skinned student took some of the gathered white flowers and approached the coffin. His amber eyes were directed right at it. I could see the strength of his will reflected in them. His graceful fingers didn't tremble one bit. As he placed his flowers, he slightly parted his lips, almost like he was about to say something. In the end, all he did was furrow his brow and close his eyes before ultimately returning to his seat. This guy reminds me of, oh my god, what was that game called? He reminds me of somebody from Bon Rose. Also, don't remember the character's name. So take my word for it. The one to approach the coffin next was a dark-haired student with a mole under his eye. This bitch got heterophobia. I am curious. Finding myself somewhat curious about him, I decided to follow him with my gaze. He slowly approached the coffin with a downcast look. The snow-white flowers he carried seemed a perfect match for his prim and proper aura. As he bent over to pierce his flowers, his glossy locks laid forward, hiding his eyes. His youthful looks made him appear almost ethereal and completely captivated my attention. He slowly stood up and returned to his seat, with his head hanging even before. Ruffling his pinkish hair, a man with an intense look on his face stepped forward. Finding myself somewhat curious about him, I decided to follow him with my gaze. He approached the coffin with a rough, steady gait, but oh my god. He approached the coffin with a rough, unsteady gait. He took the white flowers was anything but that. His hair covered most of his face, preventing me from discerning his expression. In contrast to his earlier demeanor, there was a certain melancholy in the way he I cannot read, I cannot talk. In contrast to his earlier demeanor, there was a certain melancholy in the way he placed down his flowers. I was left in awe by that strange, uncanny imbalance. This main character is so fucking weird. Next, the coffin was approached by a tall boy in a school uniform. Finding myself somewhat curious about him, I decided to follow him with my gaze. His considerable height would no doubt make him stand out in the crowd. He walked with a straightforward stance, giving me the impression of someone with a righteous soul. The white flowers he carried seemed to match him in terms of sheer dignity and grace. His large eyes gleamed with genuine greed. Sumir. He uttered the name in a voice so low you'd have to strain your ears to hear him. As all the attendees had set their flowers, the funeral came to a close with a few words addressed to the bereaved. Surrounded by people I don't know why you would stick around. Wanting some fresh air, I decided to step outside for a moment. Cold December air outside the church felt unusually I can't talk. The cold December air outside the church felt unusually pleasant. I walked around for a bit until my eyes met another student's. Hello. Oh, hello. Were you also attending Natsume's funeral? Girl, you saw him earlier. Yeah, I was. I'm pretty sure he meant a lot to me. You're pretty sure? That was an oddly vague way of putting it. Oh, sorry, I was very young at the time, so I'm not entirely sure. But Natsume probably lived in my neighborhood. And we often played together. I can remember it like it was yesterday. Can you? On an especially snowy day during the winter, we ended up building a snowman together. We looked around for sticks and leaves to give it a face, too. I was in charge of making the face, and I remember making use of all the stuff we gathered together. We used red fruit for the eyes, a large leaf in place of a nose, and an arched stick for its mouth. Was it cute? Oh, yes, very. Such a weird conversation. Looking back at it, Natsume probably wanted me to have the most fun part. Yeah, he was so nice. Now he's dead, isn't he? I'm sorry, that's not funny, but we can't see him again. Yeah. I'm so sorry, I got a little carried away. Oh, it's fine. I'm actually glad to hear a new Natsume story I wasn't aware of. Don't know why I read it like that. Really? I'm glad you liked it. Yes? Well, it might be rude of me to say this. And I don't want you to get upset. But this guy's gonna end up being weird, isn't he? Weird! See. Okay. Goodbye then. Take care. Too. Oh, so we finally get to know his name. Suo Keito. A person's death. This was the first time I'd experienced the death of someone I knew. All my grandparents were thankfully still alive, so I never actually attended a funeral before. The church had adopted an unusual scent, one of the morning. It made the place almost feel like it's been cut off from the rest of the world. I guess I'll never see Natsume again. The clouds gathered above were as dark as my mood. What did it mean for a person to die? Natsume had stepped off the stage of my life for good. So I would now continue to live a life filled with people other than him. Will I eventually die too? That is generally how it works. That is, yep. What did it mean to die? Where did people go when they died? To someone like me, who had his hands full with the very concept seemed fundamentally alien. I felt something moist on my nose. I put my hand out and immediately noticed a few raindrops on it. The droplets began to multiply, eventually filling the ground around me. It had begun to rain. I used my bag as a makeshift umbrella and hurried off to find shelter from the rain. A simple rainfall was enough to dispel all thoughts of the funeral from my mind. The world would soon end. Okay. I didn't know how much truth there was to it, but people on TV and the news had begun to... Oh my god. I didn't know how much truth there was to it, but people on TV and the news made it out to be a big deal. You could even hear people discussing it in class. Days went by as usual, without anyone truly comprehending that the world would soon end. I still didn't quite understand why I was here. I was certain that the end would happen in the blink of an eye. This is just like 2012. It would be simple and anticlimactic, like the burst of a soap bubble. Kinko Land presents... Oh, I have to click. Do I? Yeah. Scenario writer and art director Kokuro Tin. Mamiya, a shared illusion of the world's end. You know, I did already forget that that was the tagline for the game, so that makes sense. Good morning, Suo. Good morning. Did you catch yesterday's show? Yeah, it's still great. I'd wake up in the morning, go to school, chat with my classmates, take classes. I've always been surrounded by other people. Each and every one of them were thoroughly interesting and unique. So then I could spend every day with a smile. I don't like this guy's vibe. Like, this is a normal thing to say, but I don't like it. I don't. Something about him is off. I'm back. Keito. What's for dinner, Mom? Hamburg steak. I know how much you love it. Yeah. Hi, Dad. Welcome home, Keito. Wow, you're home early today. Yeah, I actually managed to finish up all my work earlier than expected. Keito, have you washed your hands? I heard Ryuta's caught a cold the other day. You should be careful. Okay, Mom. For as long as I could remember, my mother had always busied herself in the kitchen. She was a great cook. All my friends who tasted her dishes told me how lucky I was. I had no frame of reference, of course, but their words still filled me with pride. Does he just not eat other food? Like, what? My father worked as a policeman and would only come home late at night if... Okay. When he did, he'd always oh my gosh. But when he did, he'd always pat my back with a reassuring smile. His strong, firm hands made me want to grow up like him. I knew this guy's vibe was weird. Also, I have to grab my glasses because I cannot see. Okay. This will help me actually be able to... Kato, we're leaving tomorrow. Are you sure you'll be alright on your own? Mom, I'll be fine. I know how much detergent to use and where we keep the emergency money. I also know the number I need to call to reach you. You've drilled this into me 1,000,000 times now. Oh, okay. You say so. Come on, Kato's already 15. This will be a good experience for him. Okay, give me a second. My mom got back, so there's about to be a lot of noise because my dogs. that's sorted out. I forgot what they said before. I made an assertive nod. My folks used their day off to arrange a trip overseas. Some parents would devote all their attention to their kids, but mine still enjoyed having some alone time together. I found that to be great, honestly. I was hoping to also be like that when I got older. Few things worried me, but at the same time, I could never bring myself to force them to stay. I didn't particularly lack anything in life. Nice to me, and I'd enjoy every single day to the fullest. Yet, I felt like there was something missing, like a piece of a puzzle. So I would continue searching for it. That's because you're only 15. You are only 15, my guy. It almost felt like there was a snow-white mist blanketing my otherwise saturated life, blurring its outlines. All I wanted was a bit of adventure. That was probably it. That person being necessary to me was likely no more than a convenient excuse. Have you heard, Suo? Club activities are cancelled due to the rain. What? Awesome! We'll get to go home early today. I'm gonna spend my whole day watching TV. I forgot my umbrella. Alright. He's just like me for real. I never have an umbrella. I jumped into the rain with a yell. On my way home, I spotted something passing by a park, a place I normally wouldn't have noticed on the usual day. Ow! God. In retrospect, it might have been fate, rather than sheer coincidence that brought me there. The park was completely deserted to the rain. Or so I had thought, but then I noticed a person sitting on the ground, almost like they were pretending to be another piece of playground equipment. This guy is so weird. I don't actually own an umbrella. Well, I have one, but I didn't buy it myself. My roommate found it on the bus and was like, well, I need one. And then when she moved, she just gave it to me. So... my guy is just sitting in the rain in December. I hurried to their side and desperately called out to them. Excuse me? Fatten droplets of rain trickled down the lashes of his closed eyelids. Didn't seem like he'd wake up. I carefully checked his neck to... I can't read. I carefully touched his neck to check for a pulse. And that was when I noticed him shivering. Yeah, of course, because it's like 12 degrees and you're in the rain, my guy. This is an emergency. His dark, almost foreign-looking skin was deathly cold to the touch. He'd freeze to death if he stayed here. Right. I took out the towel I'd originally packed to use for club practice and began drying his hair. So my guy doesn't carry an umbrella, but he carries a towel? Please hold on. Let's see. In that moment, his eyes silently opened. Your eyes should generally not make noise when they open, so... His amber gaze bore into me. I found myself gasping. It seemed almost like his pair of amber eyes were the only source of color in the heavy December rain. Snapping back to reality, I tried addressing him, but his eyes closed again before I could say anything. I had a bad feeling about this. Clutching his hand, I realized he'd grown even colder. What do I do? There was no one around to ask for help. I was the only one who could save him. Can you walk? The young man gave a slight nod. I had to help him. There was no one else who could. After making up my mind, I had a man on my shoulder and started carrying him away as the rain beat down on us. Back home, I made him lie down on the sofa and headed for the bathroom. After warming up the water, I hurried him Oh my gosh. I hurried back to him with a bath towel. Please wake up. I desperately wiped the cold water off him, hoping this would warm him up a bit. His eyelids began to tremble as my light pink towel rubbed against his dark, almost cat-like hair. Some of these descriptions are so much. As his breathing intensified, I felt relief wash over me. Oh, you're finally away. The next moment, however, he instantly pushed me aside and put some distance between the two of us, which is an understandable reaction if some random weird, if some random guy just like picks you up off the sidewalk and takes you back to his house. Hello. Beyond the curtain of his still wet locks, the young man's amber eyes were like daggers piercing my skin. Where am I? Also, I'm sorry, I'm eating a pickle real quick. As I took a step forward, still wondering how to answer, I realized there was something off about him. His breathing was unnaturally heavy and ragged. He was just in the cold, in the rain, so I feel like that's a little justified there. As he took a scanning glance around the room, looking positively wide-eyed, the young man grew even paler than before. Are you okay? I took another few steps toward him. The dark-haired youth grabbed a pair of scissors lying next to our phone and pointed it straight at me, which again is understandable. If I passed out on a sidewalk and somebody took me to their house instead of the hospital, I would also have the same exact reaction. Where am I? My knees trembled like leaves in the wind. I was all of a sudden paralyzed by fear. Why did I bring this person into my house? Yeah, why? My parents weren't home and wouldn't be for a while. I was at a loss for what to do next. The man, still pale as a ghost, raised his voice to a yell, almost as if to drag my inner thoughts into the open. Answer me. Where am I? This is my house. And why am I here? Well, answer me. He stepped forward, as if trying to force an answer out of me. This brought me closer to the scissors. My eyes were glued to their menacingly sharp tip. I found you unconscious in the park, and you were soaking wet, so... In the park? Yes. The young man paused to think for a moment, but kept the scissors pointed at me. What did you do to me? Huh? Answer me. Nothing. I carried you here from the park and dried you off with a towel. That's all. Could I have not had this on auto? I looked up. His prior animosity was gone from him. He now stood there with a downcast look, preventing me from reading his expression. That's why I have it on auto, because I should be slow. I see. You returned to help me, huh? Huh? Caught off guard by his gentler tone of voice, my mind was rendered completely blank for a moment. The young man then placed the scissors back on the table and turned around to leave. Wait! I've already warmed up the bath. You could use it if you'd like. I'll pass. But it's still raining outside. You might catch a cold. Enough. Let me out. Again, this guy's reaction is very justified. This blue-haired dude is so weird. His pain tone made me let out a gasp. For a short while, the only sound in the room was the soft pattering of water trickling down onto the floor from his clothes. Keep your distance from me. My guy has COVID? And with that, he disappeared into the rain. This is so much. I stood in the foyer for a long while after he'd left. I should have tried to stop him. Should you have You don't even know this dude, and he was in your house. Though even I wasn't quite sure why I'd want to do that. Especially after how terrifying our first encounter had been. Speaking of which, I didn't even ask him his name. I was certain of one thing, though. I'd never forget the color of those eyes. Okay. What's wrong, Suo? You look down. A little, yeah. I heard your parents went off on a trip the other day, finding it hard to cope on your own. Well, yeah, you could say that. If you need anything, feel free to come over. I'm sure my mom would love to see you. Thanks. I glanced at the window. It had misted over and was covered in large drops of water. It's raining again. Not exactly the kind of weather I'd expect in December. Okay, I feel like December is one of the rainiest times of year. Then again, I also live in the South, but like, you know, you'd surely catch a cold if you stayed out at a time like this. A cold would be the least of your worries. You could even die. Just like me for real. Just like me for real. Suo, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I'm fine. As I touched the cold glass, the tip of my finger got a little wet from the moisture. What would happen to a person if this cold spread across their entire body? It's called hypothermia. It's called hypothermia. It's so cold. My fingers still hadn't completely dried off by the time class started. How wet was this window? I'm sorry. I'm sure this game is very good, but there's a lot of... Anyways. Umbrella in hand, took my usual route home. Oh. I was trying my best not to think about it. Yet before I knew it, there I was in front of that same park. I couldn't believe I was actually trying to run into that man again. I shouldn't do this. There's no way he'd be there again. I was just about to leave when... Who could have guessed? He's there! I spotted something moving near the park's playground equipment. No way. Before I could have time to even think things through, my body would move on its own. Just as I had thought, that meeting from the other day. I moved closer to address him, but as I did, his pained expression flashed through my mind. Okay. Keep your distance from me. It would probably be better if I listened to his advice. My actions might only end up irritating him. I forced my eyes shut and attempted to leave when... I heard a muffled groan. Getting too involved would be a bad idea. I'd just be a bother to him. Yet, despite my best efforts at self-restraint, I ended up turning toward the direction of his voice. Did he stab him? What is this? Yeah, oh, you're bleeding. The sight of his blood made me immediately rush to his side. Excuse me. Taking quick, sharp breaths, the man didn't even open his eyes. Excuse me. I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to say his name and make him feel safe. Okay. A name I didn't even know. My lips trembled, unable to form any meaningful sentences. He still wasn't opening his eyes. Maybe I was sticking my nose where it didn't belong. I don't know. If a man is bleeding on the sidewalk, this should not be the first thing on your mind. You should be getting him to a hospital. Hello? Even still, I'm sorry. But I can't leave you like this. If he takes him back to the house again... I grabbed his arm and slid it over my shoulder. He seemed to have been bleeding from his stomach. While picking him up, I tried my best not to touch that area of his body. Just hold on. I headed home. The only difference between today and yesterday being the fact that I now had an umbrella. Is he gonna perform, like, stitches on him using a sewing kit? Like, hello? I I sat down in an armchair and focused my gaze on a singular point. Dark-skinned youth was resting on my two-seater sofa. The towel I had placed on his stomach was stained red with blood. Get him to a hospital! Oh my god. I desperately hoped that it wouldn't spread any further. This could be prevented if you took him to a hospital. Barely able to breathe, I crossed my hands and waited. And when Suo gets convicted of manslaughter for this, the man's ear made a twitch. You mustn't push yourself. Your wound looks pretty deep as it is. Which is an even better reason to take him to a hospital. Pressing the towel against his stomach, the young man carefully sat up on the sofa. Is this your doing? Why? Weren't you listening to me yesterday? It looked pretty serious. I'm sorry for being so meddlesome. I promise it's the last time. I know it might be difficult, but please try not to move, at least until the bleeding stops. And it would stop even faster if you took him to a hospital. He slowly touched the towel with his dark, slender fingers and watched as the blood continued to spread. The silence in the room felt like it would go on forever. At long last, he inhaled a short breath, then opened his mouth to speak. Where am I? Huh? At my house. That's not what I meant. I'm asking where this place is. I furrowed my brows, unable to comprehend the meaning of his question. Realizing that he'd be getting no answer from me, the young man continued, taking great pains to squeeze out each word. Yesterday, I walked all over this town, but I couldn't recognize a single place I visited. Huh? Actually, I don't even remember anything from before I woke up yesterday. What do you mean? I feel like he explained it pretty well. I don't know. This guy doesn't even know to take this kid to. Oh, oops! I forgot I had it on auto. Turn it off. This kid could not even figure out to take this guy to a hospital. I don't think it's that surprising that he doesn't know where he lives. Okay. Wow. Where was I? Oh, the young man's tone grew heavy, as if he himself had difficulty believing his own words. I can't remember anything. Not where I live, what I was even doing in the first place. Clutching his head, the man cast his gaze downward. In other words, you have amnesia? Now that's a totally different visual novel. I never thought a day would come that I'd say that kind of thing. In lieu of a reply, the young man knit his brows and closed his eyes. That alone answered my question better than any words could have. The room was completely shrouded in silence. So much so that even the ticking of the clock began to irritate my ears. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Your name. Do you remember your name? Why do you even want to know? Oh my gosh. Why do you want to know? I just realized that I didn't know what to call you. Sorry, Ryu. My name's Ryu. Ryu. The moment I heard that name, the person in front of me gained a clear outline for the first time. The amber flash of his gaze, the fingertips touching my towel. They were no longer things to be afraid of. I don't remember my last name. Oh. I'm Suo Kato. What are you planning to do now? I tried to cushion the question as best I could, but all Ryu did was lower his eyes. I've no plan. I can't remember a single thing. Averting his gaze, Ryu made a bitter, self-deprecating smile. Can I say something strange? That's been all you've said this whole time. So... What? If it's okay with you, you can stay here until your memory returns. Huh? Do you have any idea what you're saying? Oh, I'm being too meddlesome again, aren't I? I'm sorry, I just... Don't you remember what I did yesterday? I do, but you were too confused at the time. There's no way I can blame you for that. I suppose you've got a point. Still. Oh, my parents are actually away on an overseas trip at the moment, so I've got plenty of empty rooms to spare. I don't think that's issue here. You said me with a look of disbelief on his face. Don't want to stay? I can't blame him either. Okay. More like, do you want me to? You mean, you're in trouble, aren't you? Miyu's eyes widened in surprise. I'd appreciate the help. His answer came in a low, barely audible voice. Sure thing. My parents gone, he'd have plenty of rooms to pick from. Having said that, I was hesitant to allow a stranger into our private space, so I ended up guiding him to our guest room and said, This is where you hesitate. This is where you hesitate. Okay. Also, did the bleeding ever stop? Is this guy still just bleeding out? This is where we keep all the futons. You'll find the bathroom down the hall. I opened a closet and helped him lay down a futon. After that, I continued explaining everything else he'd need to know. Once Ryu had finished bathing, I lent him some of my clothes. They looked a touch baggy on him, but nothing too extreme. Of course they look baggy. You're like 1.5 feet taller than him. Pretty big house you've got here. You think so? I wouldn't necessarily say it was too big, though perhaps it was for someone living alone. Still, taking care of a house this size was no easy task. I realized that once my mother had left. All the more reason for you to stay then. I could use the help. 5 rooms on the 2nd floor. Don't hesitate to call me if you need something. Sure. Good night. This is so much. Like, guy has a telescope. I want one. I want one so bad. My brain continued working at full throttle even after I'd climbed into bed. Who was Ryu? What was he doing out there? Had he been involved in some kind of accident? The shock from that would explain his memory loss. He might oh my gosh. He might very well turn out to be someone dangerous. What my parents would have said had they been there. There's so many times, like, you can't see it, but I'm like doing a stare into the office camera type of expression. I shook my head. Even if that were the case, he meant no threat to me now. Plus, he had no one else to rely on. And besides, I couldn't bring myself to throw out a person with such a lonely look in their eyes. Stuck in a town he didn't recognize, with no memories to help him, must have been hard on his nerves. That said, amnesia. It sounded like something straight out of a movie. I slowly drifted off to sleep. Look at the time. Also, I realized I haven't saved once, so I'm gonna do that. Hello? Mom, why didn't you wake? Morning. Oh, good morning. I'd completely forgot about my parents and their trip, and the fact that a stranger was now staying at my house. So what are you going to do now, Ryu? I thawed the frozen rice and ate it with a bit of pollock roe. After helping himself to some pickles, the dark-skinned youth looked in my direction. I need to go to school now. You'll be okay on your own? You, who'd been calmly chewing his food until now, suddenly froze up and widened his eyes. You're just gonna leave me here alone? In your house? This is so much. That was a much bigger bite than I meant to take. Huh? You'd prefer to come with me to school? I'm not so sure if that's a good idea. Can you even do that? I'm not gonna do that, obviously. I just don't get why you'd feel safe leaving a stranger in your house while you're away. I could rob you and stuff. Well, I mean... You're not the kind of person to do that, though, right? Idea. You won't do anything of the sort. I'm sure of it. You won't, right? As I tilted my head with a smile, Ryu simply averted his eyes. Not planning to, at least. See? Look, all I'm saying is that you should be more cautious. You think so? Yeah. With that, Ryu stood up and carried his dishes to the sink. I didn't realize it was this late. I gotta go now. Which one? Because both of them are absolutely ridiculous. I'll head out as well. Huh? You're going somewhere? Maybe you'd be okay with it, but I don't want to spend the day sitting alone in some stranger's house. Also, yeah, you're right. Suo is... a lot. By the way, my club practice usually ends somewhere around 7. Make sure to come back by then. I might, if I feel like it. You gave me one final glance before closing the door. I gotta hurry as well. Alright, I'm off. After announcing my departure to a now empty house, I locked the door and left. Not having anyone see me off felt kind of lonely. I wanted to see Ryu off, at least, but even though he had just left the house moments earlier, he was nowhere to be seen. Good morning, Kato. I heard a voice from beside me and turned toward it with a smile. Morning! Wow, look at the time. Might want to hurry. Yeah, you're right, mamiya. How do you say that? Mamiya? Mamiya? I made a warm smile. His name is Mamiya. He was a close friend of mine, who also happened to be invisible. Okay. What, you thought invisible people only existed in fiction? Sure enough, it had eventually confused me as well. I mean, I just started hearing voices coming from thin air. My first thought was that it might have been a ghost. Some days I would sprinkle salt all over my room, and others I'd keep trembling and crying in bed, unable to fall asleep. But as time passed, I started to put the pieces together. I don't know how you could come to that conclusion of all things, but Mamiya was not a ghost. And although you couldn't see him, he did absolutely exist. He was also one of the few people who truly understood me. That's a demon. Oh my gosh. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Suo. You're looking better now. Got used to living alone, I take it? Hasn't it been 2 days? You could say that. Did you catch that? Did you catch last night's show? I did. It was about some guy with amnesia. Amnesia. The moment I heard that word, my heart skipped a beat. How about you, Suo? Did you see it? No, I was really tired last night, so I ended up sleeping through it. You're lost, man. It was great. It genuinely made me think about what I'd do if I lost my memories. You think amnesia's really a thing? I mean, outside of movies? question has the same vibe as when I was in 6th grade and somebody asked me if I believed in narwhals. Please. I called the young man that had left my house earlier this morning. It was entirely possible that I had just gotten involved with the very thing they were discussing. I felt my cheeks heat up. Alright, that's it for today's practice. Thank you very much. Huh? Found Ryu sitting near the front gate to my house. You surprised me. What are you doing here? You told me to come back before dinner. And I also told you where I had my keys. You could have just waited for me inside. It's your fault. Huh? I don't think this through. If you found me inside your house, you just end up wondering if you're taking something. It's not a great feeling to have. Did you wait for me here just to give me peace of mind? While dressed so lightly too? Got a problem with it? They're so weird. They're so weird. How long have you been here? Well, if I know, I don't have a watch. You averted his gaze. His ears were beet red. As I grabbed Ryu's hand, I noticed that his fingers had turned red from the cold. The touch of his freezing hand understand. He genuinely didn't have anywhere else to come but here. Thanks for coming back. Let's hurry inside. I'll get you something nice and warm to drink. What were you doing during the day? Gosh, I got this coffee with almond milk earlier and no soft top, and it is just not the same. It is not the same. Oh, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Downtown. I figured I'd look for something I might recognize. I was really thorough, too. Wait, does that mean you managed to remember something? No, not a thing. I see. Anyway, a bit of food should cheer you up. There's still some of the karage that Mom left for me. Karage. You don't know what karage is? It's a type of fried chicken. Also, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. I don't actually know what this is. Do you think I'm stupid or something? I might be. No, not at all. Where's this karage of yours? In the fridge. I'll go microwave it for you. You just sit back and relax and wait for me here, okay? Relax? Like I could do that. Even the scent of this place is unfamiliar. Sorry, I took this long, Ryu. I brought the karage plus some rice and condiments. What is this? Huh? This book? It's been there for as long as I can remember. I recall reading it multiple times back in elementary school. I know this book. The protagonist is a prince in the kingdom of the night. This is just like Nier. This is just like Nier. He travels the world in search of the blue sky because none of his subjects know what it looks like. Did I get it right? Yeah, that's exactly how the story goes. Phew. I guess memories do return after a while. Visibly relieved, Ryu smiled in front of me for the very first time. Our life together turned out to be a lot nicer than I had anticipated. I didn't need to pay him any special attention. I finally had someone to play video games with to boot. He didn't come across as much of a gamer, but despite his initial clumsiness, he desperately strove to improve his play. I had never imagined I'd one day be eating potato chips while having an all-night gaming session with someone. Living with him was tons of fun. I'm back. Hey, you're kind of late today. Whoa, you're covered in soot. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Here. Huh? He awkwardly hands me a bunch of yen bills. Huh? What's this for? I'm paying rent. I found a job yesterday. Can I take the bath first? Of course, but there's really no need for you to pay rent. You can stay here until your memories return, and I just felt like I needed to do something. I'd go crazy otherwise. Oh. Forget it. Ah! I felt some warm paper, smelling distinctly of croquettes pressing against my face. I got these from a street vendor. Figured you might want them since you're running out of food because of me. Anyway, I'm off to take that bath. Jeez. Wow, he actually got a job. He's way more of an adult than me. That's because you're only 15. I made some late night snacks from the leftovers I found in the fridge. It might have been a bad idea though. Oh, that was actually a great idea. These taste amazing. God, I'm so hungry. That's not what I meant. Well, whatever. I'm glad you liked him at any. What else could he have meant? Also, yeah, Suo's only 15. So he's just, who knows how old this guy is? He's just inviting people over to his house. And his parents have been gone for a really long time, by the way. They're dead. This is just like Frozen. Well, whatever. I'm glad you liked him at the. Oh, I'll take care of the dishes. There's no need. I'm used to doing them all the time. That's what I need. That's what I need. I need someone to do the dishes for me, because I hate doing the dishes more than anything. But I can't just allow a guest to... Think of it as part of my rent. You just watch TV in the meantime. Okay. All the time, huh? Is this what my life used to be like? Still feeling a bit of guilt from letting Ryu do the dishes, I nonetheless ended up turning on TV. Ryu does slay. Why did I read that as crusty old cat? As the trusty old CRT word to life, a brief piece of scrolling text showed up at the bottom of its screen. It read, "The truth about the end of the world." Also, I have no idea when this takes place. So, a bunch of dubious-looking adults were having a serious argument about something. The celebrities present would respond with exaggerated reactions in an attempt to make the whole thing more exciting for the audience. I put the plates on the shelf. You don't need to go that far, but thank you. What's on TV? How do you feel about all this end-of-the-world stuff? Is the world actually going to end? Yeah, and it'll happen this year, at least according to these people. First time I hear about it. Seriously? But it's been the talk of the town. There was no way you'd go to school and not even hear about it. Oh, he had amnesia. What would you do if the world ended tomorrow? I will never understand questions like this, because it's like, what do you want me to do about it? What do you want? Oh, ow, God, I dropped my phone on top of my foot. Ryu sat down some distance away from me as I waited for his response. For a brief moment, he averted his sharp gaze, then glanced to the side before finally speaking up. Not a thing. Why? Because there's nothing to do. He gets it. Also, leave me alone. He stared into the distance with a defeated look. I guess I just spend my day like I always do, then go to sleep. That's it. I see. His answer came as a bit of a surprise. I had assumed most people would want to do something special on their last day. normal circumstances, you'd have to stay in line and obey the rules of society. But if the world was coming to an end, that'd all fly out the window and you could technically do whatever you wanted. Well, at least the girl sitting next to me in class thought so. I kept thinking about Ryu's answer as the TV droned on and on. That's right, and I'd say the disappearance of the sun sounds like the most valid theory. What would happen then? Would mankind go extinct? Not necessarily. A few hundred individuals should, in theory, possess the antibodies necessary to survive such harsh conditions. Antibodies? As humans, we're all different. Naturally, some of us adapt better to certain environments than others. But I don't believe that there's anybody on Earth that can just decide to... Okay. This is not how the human body works. Only a few hundred survivors. Wow. The video started playing. It showed a boy living on an Earth that could become a dried-up wasteland. This is what it's like to live in Arizona. I briefly imagined what it'd be like to be that boy. For some reason, I had this feeling that even if my parents, classmates, and all the adults I knew died, I'd still be able to survive. What is wrong with this guy? I wonder if tomorrow will really come. Suo? Every single day, it was all people could talk about. Is the world really going to end? It would be known next year then. No one really knows if the sun's going to come up the next day. I suppose you're right. How about you? Huh? What would you do if the world ended tomorrow? I'm not sure. I don't like that expression. I don't like it. It's hard to predict how I'd act. I see. Wow, look at the time. We've got to brush our teeth and go to sleep. Right. Personally, I couldn't wait for the end to come. I had this completely baseless feeling that it would awaken a special power in me which then allow me to save the day. This guy is so much. This guy is so much. And when that happens, phew. Well, that's the cleaning done. Ryu's still at work though. I finally got a whole day to myself with nothing to actually do. Is that a delivery man? I'm coming! I don't like this guy. I don't like him. That tie, atrocious. I don't know, it kind of, wait, no, is that, it looks like Starry Night on a tie? Anyways, here, a special delivery of Hokkaido crabs. Oh my god, it is Sebastian. That's why I don't like him. That's why I don't like him. I don't even know how to eat crab. I don't know, it kind of looks like it, like the brush strokes. I mean, I literally have the Starry Night on my mouse pad right next to me. It kind of looks like it. Whatever. Not to worry, they come with instructions. Did you write them yourself, Mr. Samajima? Yes, I even went the extra mile and drew pictures. You know what? I need mods and I need you banned. Ow, I just pulled my headphone cord out. You missed the first hour of this, but Suo is a bot. So first of all, Ryu, he found him on a sidewalk, and then just took him back to his house. And then Ryu was like, "Where am I?" and tried to or didn't try, but he held him at scissor point. left, and Suo was like, "That's weird. I should have not let him stay, or not let him leave." And then he finds him the next day on the sidewalk, bleeding from his stomach, and just takes him back to his house. And he's like bleeding all over the place, and he's just like, "I'm sorry for getting involved," instead of taking him to a hospital. And now they live together because Ryu has amnesia. Don't know whatever happened to the stomach wound, but you know. Anyways, carrying a large styrofoam box, he headed off toward the kitchen. Being one of my father's direct subordinates, Mr. Samejima would come to our house quite frequently. He had always been a bit unique, even discounting the fact that he was a policeman. So having fun, I cannot. I don't know, but Oof told me that it's like I would like the vibe because I like Omniscient Reader, so we'll see. I'm also only an hour and a half into the game. I don't know if there's multiple routes or what, so we'll find out. So having fun living all by yourself? I'm still enjoying the novelty of it, but it has its drawbacks too. Well, if you ever get fed up, you're more than welcome to come over to my place. I'll handle all the chores, don't worry. Well... This kid is so tall. Anyways, an image of Ryu flashed through my mind. I couldn't leave him alone. I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't leave the house unattended. Guess you've got a point there. Mr. Samejima began to pull the crab apart with an astounding level of dexterity. That was putting it lightly. His speed was out of this world. I wish crab wasn't so expensive. I don't know why recently I've kind of been craving crab, because I've only had it once, and I was like 10, but I want it so bad, but it's so expensive, and I can't have artificial crab. I'd never seen anyone pick apart a crab with this much skill. How's school lately? He turned his attention to me while his hands were still busy working on the crab. Pretty fun. I'm slowly getting better. I can't talk. I can't talk. Also, I like it. I'm sorry, but I've been making fun of Suo the entire time because this is ridiculous at the moment. I'm enjoying it, but this is ridiculous. Pretty fun. I'm slowly getting better at lacrosse, and my classmates are all great. I'm glad to hear that. Mr. Samejima smiled at me without really changing his expression. Can I borrow your bathroom for a moment? Of course, go right ahead. He sure is taking a while. Oh? Mr. Samejima, did you forget where our bathroom was? Oh, Kaito. Ah, the room Mr. Samejima was trying to enter was Ryu's room. Is something the matter? Okay. I told you I don't like him. No, nothing. But more importantly, I'm having a bit of a hard time with those crabs by myself. I was hoping you could help me. Oh, were the 40 pages worth of instructions not enough? What? You wrote 40 pages? No, this is literally this hour and a half worth of the stream. This is all I've done so far. This is all I've done. I've just been, yeah. So, and I also still know nothing. So, yay. I did, but I see you haven't read. Oh my gosh. I did, but I see you haven't read them. Don't worry, they're pretty straightforward. Nobody listening to me read today would ever believe me if I said that English is my first language. Because I cannot talk. I cannot read. I can do nothing. Also, the only language I know. And I can't even speak it. I don't know. I usually don't have this much trouble. But, or could it be that there's something in this room you don't want me to see? Also, you're right. He is happy. In that moment, I could have sworn I saw a faint glimmer in Mr. Samajima's narrowed eyes. His unique antics often made me forget it, but he was still a policeman and an elite investigator at that. His intuition must have been sharp as a knife. Oh, no. It doesn't take an elite investigator to look at you in this situation and know that you're being weird. So... then I suppose there's no harm in me opening this door, right? Huh? Okay then. I was done for. Mr. Samajima was going to find out about Ryu. Does he kill him? Does he hit him over the head? Wow, this sure takes me back. Huh? I timidly looked up. The room looked clean and tidied, as if no one had been living there. Mr. Samajima examined one of the pillars in the room, looking visibly moved. Do you remember? We'd use this to measure your height. Huh? Oh. It says here that you were 150 centimeters tall just 4 years ago. And look at you now, a veritable giant. Come on, Mr. Samajima, you're almost the same height as me. I can't fake laugh, so that's not happening. This certainly brings back all kinds of memories. Mr. Samajima, look how big you've grown. I'll have to be careful not to get crushed. Is this foreshadowing? I hope it is. Could you please just leave? Feeling more than a little rattled, I ended up pretty much shoving Mr. Samajima out of the room. As my hands touched his back, it did certainly feel smaller compared to mine. That is typically what happens when you look at somebody that is shorter than you. In any case, I'm glad to see you're doing fine, Kato. Truth be told, I was a little worried. It would have been quite the incident if you had died from loneliness. I'm not dying that easily. Or are you? Anyway, thanks for everything, Mr. Samajima. Also, now that you're here, do you know how to pronounce mamiya? Mamiya? Whatever it is? Because I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Okay. Don't mention it. You'll have to handle the rest of the crabs by yourself. With a bit of effort, Mr. Samajima forced his large body into his car. What? So is it Ryu or Ryo? Because I say it like Kyoha. Okay. I think that's how it's pronounced. Ryu. There's barely any space in here. Why does he drive such a small car? My grandpa is like 6'2" and can fit in his car just fine. What is wrong with these people? Take care now, Kato. Bye, Mr. Samajima. God, I'm going to need a bigger car. And with that, Mr. Samajima drove off in his sardine can of a Mini. There you go. Why? That was close. Did someone come over? Ryu, when did you get back? My car isn't that small. Just now. Oh, by the way, I got some crabs. We should have them for dinner. Crabs? He looks so mad. You don't know what crabs are? They're these tiny red animals with claws for arms. Crabs are not that small. You do think I'm stupid, don't you? We can have crab every day now. I really don't think crab meat is something you should eat every day. I like him the most so far. Mostly because I think Suo is pathetic and his vibes are a little rancid. That said, I almost couldn't believe how tidy Ryu's room was. It almost felt like he was keeping it that way so he could leave at any moment. Which, to be ready for it every day, which is understandable because he doesn't know this guy. And he's just living in his house. So, anyways. You couldn't find a single trace of him actually living in this room. I wonder where he goes every day. Ah, Ryu, what's wrong? Did I wake you up? No. You're having trouble falling asleep then? Oh, that reminds me, how's your wound? It's starting to heal up. It's been too long for it to start. Why did you not go to the hospital? I see, that's great. How long was he planning to stay here? Until his wound healed? Or until my parents came home? Or maybe until his memories returned? He had already become a part of my daily life. I couldn't even imagine the house without him now. I had a dream. A dream? Yeah, I think I've had it multiple times since coming here. Do you remember anything about it? Not really. That's just how it goes. You can have this amazing dream, but the moment you actually try to remember it, you realize you can't. Maybe for y'all, but I'm built different. Which is why I keep a dream diary. A dream diary? Yeah, I use it to jot down all my dreams before I forget about them. It's just a plain old notebook, really. Also, I am slowly eating a pickle while I read this. So, if the sound of me chewing gets loud, just let me know. I will stop. It's a bug? I just assumed that there was no music. What? Okay. So like put these settings to max and then change it like in my actual audio settings on my computer? Okay. I'm taking my headphones off for this. Okay. Is that now too loud, for y'all? Or is that okay? Okay. And let me just lower it a little bit. Is that better? Okay, cool. After pausing to think for a moment, Ryu leaned in closer to me. I want to hear about your dreams. Okay, there's this one dream I had 3 days ago. I flipped back a page in my notebook. Okay, this is cute. I was fighting a beast. Beast? Yeah, and not the cute, cartoony type either. This one was drooling saliva everywhere and smelled of rotten meat. I had no special powers to rely on, so I had to use my wits to try and defeat it. While I was struggling to find a solution, the beast ransacked the entire town and kept terrorizing continued terrorizing its... While I was struggling to find a solution, the beast ransacked the entire town and continued terrorizing its residents. Okay. I see. I understand now. I get it. So how did the dream end? I destroyed the supporting pillars of the tallest building in Roppongi. It collapsed and crushed the beast underneath. Me too! When I was, like, looking at the art, like, for the game, well, first of all, Suo this is just Altair. This is just Altair. I like his design. But Ryu and the guy that I said looks like the one from Recreators, like the pink hair, I like them. I like their designs. But while I was celebrating my victory, the sludge from the beast's remains coiled around me. And that's when I woke up. I closed the notebook and looked at Ryu, who seemed very much on the verge of saying something. Sure have some interesting dreams. Thanks. I do love dreaming. It's so much fun. You never know what could happen next. I see. I wish I could have dreams like that. I want to hear what you dream about tomorrow. I can't wait until I actually get, like, my model finished, made, so you can see the expressions I'm making, because I keep doing this, like, into the office camera stare. Tomorrow. The word got my attention. Also, I have a question, real quick, for you. Whenever I go to do the other routes, will it be, like, an obvious, will there be different choices to, like, you know, put me on a path, or, cause I can't talk and I can't form sentences today. Oh! Wait, it's just who you sit next to? So if I sat next to the pink-haired guy, but I'm on Suo's route? It's who you talk to. So is that like the option where you're like, I'm curious? Then it like goes into... Okay. So I guess it just put me on a random one because I picked I'm curious for all 4 of them. But noted. I will keep that in mind. Okay. The word got my attention. Sure, no problem. There was a tomorrow. A tomorrow for the 2 of us. In the office there again. Kato. In the heavy drowsiness of my slumber, I heard a voice. Mamiya? I'm glad you noticed me. That goes without saying. What are you doing here? That young man seems to have lost his memories. My heart skipped a beat. Ah, Samatoki! Hold on, I need to look up the name of the guy that I'm thinking of. Okay. The name that I just put in there is who he reminds me of. Are you going to tell someone? Oh, no, I mean, you're the only one who can hear me anyway. Makaisu has there's a little something going on up here. That's a relief. I could never keep secrets from you. I'm actually in a bit of a pickle right now. I have no idea how to help him regain his memories. And you're also worried about how long your life with him is going to last. Amazing. It's like you're reading my mind. I know everything about you. Okay. Mamiya. What do you think I should do? You already know the answer, don't you? Kill him, and then kill yourself, and then you can be together forever in the afterlife. This world has no answers. Only desires and actions that can only desires and actions that can be taken to fulfill them. Kato, do you know what you want? What I want? Yes. You'll know what to do once you figure that out. That sounds difficult. The necessary course of action is always actually quite... Oh my gosh! The necessary course of action is always quite simple. It's only the details that make things appear more complicated. Anyway, I think we've talked enough. Good night, Kato. Good night, Mamiya. Alright. Also, I guess there just is no music for me. I'm gonna help you regain your memories. In the time that we've been together, is there anything you've remembered? Not really. I've been thinking about how best to solve your problem. I'm not sure how much help I'll be, but I want to aid you in any way I can. I was being completely earnest, only to be met by Ryu's disinterested gaze. That's when I had an idea. I gestured toward the things I laid out on the table. Specifically, the shoes I'd been using for club practice, a couple books from my father's shelf, and a plush toy I allegedly played with I was a toddler. A pretty varied lineup, all in all. Do any of these ring a bell? These are things from your house and your childhood. Okay. Not really. Come on, at least take a closer look. If we find something you might have used, it could help jog your memory. Oh, look, I'm doing this for you, and it's your memories we're trying to get back. The town. Huh? I don't think I was particularly Why can't I talk? Am I having a stroke? I don't think I was particularly attached to any one item. I was more concerned with the buildings lining my town and people living inside them. All of you say things in the weirdest way possible. At least that's how I feel. The town itself? But didn't you say you went through every street with a fine-tooth comb? I did, but I was talking about this town in particular, meaning I probably didn't live in this area. But I still felt a certain connection to it. So with that settled, I'd like to check out the neighboring city. Ryu made a brief pause. I was once again forced to come to the painful realization that he genuinely didn't remember a single thing about himself. Got it. Without even thinking about it, I extended a hand toward him. Let's go visit the neighboring town. Ryu reached out and collapsed my hand. I appreciate you bringing me here, but what is this? Huh? He put him on a leash? Let's take ibuprofen. Yeah, I'm not blind. I'm asking why you even have something like that. It's for dogs. And, you know, I wouldn't want you getting... Hello? It used to belong to the dog we used to keep. Good thing I didn't throw it away. Anyway, please hold on to the other end. We need to keep going. Whoa, don't pull so hard. Jeez. Anyway, it's pretty cold. Even the wind's howling. Oh. Give me a moment. Would you like me to carry that bag for you? I would. Oh, thank you very much. Don't mention it. Where would you like me to take it? Well, I was on my way to the corner store, so if you could just... Leave it to me. Sorry I kept you waiting. Did he, like, tie him to a post while he walked away? What is the point of a leash? Oh my gosh. Hey, take a look at this. I got us some peaches. Good for you. Oh, definitely. I love peaches. Anyway, let's be on our way. There is nothing going on in Suo's head. Not a single thing. I bought 2 tickets, and they were more expensive than any of the ones I'd ever bought before. I could barely contain my excitement. It felt like we were embarking on a grand old journey. You're not going to sit? No, I can't seem to calm down. Yu glanced up at me as I was holding onto the handrail, then directed his gaze outside the window. We were passing one station after another. He watched the passing scenery rush by, but it didn't get much of a reaction out of him. Recognize anything? Doesn't look like we're quite there yet. It's okay though, we have all the time in the world. There are plenty more stations to go, just let me know if you remember anything. Sure. We ended up reaching the last station without Ryu saying a single word. It was a factory town. We aimlessly wandered under a cold winter sky. I didn't even know the name of the city. Neither of us spoke at all. Partly due to the chilly weather, it made our lips dry and cracked. Every time I walk through a town, it makes me realize how empty it really is. I suppose it's the sign of the times. This kid is so weird. Our world might really be ending. I don't genuinely believe that, but I can't help thinking about it. And I might actually be wishing for it. I exhaled and watched my breath slowly dissipate into the air. Yu remained silent for a while and simply stared into the distance. Just when I was about to suggest going back home, just him parting his lips. I don't think I'd want the world to end, despite how cruel and... Even without any memories. Even if your life turns into a boring routine. When you die, it's all over. His eyelashes lightly trembled in the wind as he uttered those words. I think... if it's really that boring, it might as well come to an end. Okay. I want everything in my life to be interesting. You're awfully greedy. Suo Type 7. You think so? Only those at the top can think that way. It's selfish and arrogant. The wind picked up, ruffling her hair with a sudden gust. What value was there to mankind in a mundane world filled with nothing but hollow despair? Again, You're only 15. Why are you acting like this? I didn't say it was slander. I didn't say it was slander. If you take it as slander, that's on you. I felt like our paltry scuffles had become the laughingstock of some invisible power. Narrowing my eyes in the strong wind, I licked my cracked lips to try and moisten them. Just buy some chapstick. Not the gaslighting. I don't know where you'd get that idea from. I knew it would only make it worse later on, but as long as the I knew it would only make it worse later on, but as long as the immediate feeling of discomfort was gone, I didn't care. In the end, we couldn't find anything that would help us jog Ryu's memory. We were just a couple of children, powerless and insignificant. My heart ached seeing Ryu so visibly disheartened. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find something tomorrow. Thanks. A baseless, irresponsible remark. Did they die tonight? Yet Ryu still mustered up an awkward smile before ultimately averting his pained gaze. I turned back toward the familiar road under the east sky. There was nothing in Tokyo. The city we lived in was empty. He really does. He really is. Is there anybody worse than Suo? Can I ask that much? Like, no spoilers. But is anybody more... Okay. Okay, that is good to know. Starting off strong, I guess. The city we lived in was empty. Huh? I woke up not in my bed, but the living room. I must have dozed off on the sofa. I drowsily looked around as I let my eyes grow accustomed to the darkness. I should head back to my room. Still feeling somewhat groggy, I made my way up the stairs toward my room. Suo. Shouldn't you be getting out of bed? Huh? I'm late! I tried waking you up multiple times. No way. Oh, jeez, I have no time to even grab a bite to eat. I gotta get changed into my uniform and leave right now. I made it. Good morning, whoa, your hair is a total mess, dude. I didn't even have time to brush it. Man, I can't believe I actually made it. Oh, you overslept? That's a new one. I did, and I didn't even have time to have breakfast. I'm starving. I spent the rest of the day feeling both sleepy and hungry. Not exactly my best day at school, to say the least. This is so embarrassing. I'm home. Welcome back. What's for dinner, Ryu? I got us a tunable each. They were on sale at the store. Man, I'm so hungry. Just like me, for real. Just go wash your hands first, okay? Good night, Ryu. Good night. Just like that, days would come and go. Good morning, Suo. Did you oversleep again? Yeah. Unchanging world. Saturated with joy and fun. I'm home. Welcome back. Warm, gentle days. Devoid of challenges and conflict. Night. Night. Thought something would change with him here. Nothing did. No good, I can't remember anything. I see. Please don't blame yourself. Why don't we continue that game from where we left off? Sure. Okay. And so another uneventful day would go by, without Ryu's memory showing any sign of returning. Is there something bothering you, Kato? Is that you, Mamiya? No, I'm fine. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor. I felt him smiling at me. I turned to look, but all I could see was empty space. It's alright, Kato. Come with me. I can show you any dream you desire. Okay. I can become a valiant hero, or even the vilest of villains. So, what will it be tonight? I'm really enjoying this, you know. Mamiya. But you know that, don't you? Yeah. As I extended my arm, something immediately grabbed onto it, pulling me into the air. Whoa! Do not be afraid. You should be more than familiar with this sensation. What is he dreaming right now? All you have to do is remember Christmas lights, the delicious treats, the restless anticipation of waiting for presents. See, there's nothing to be afraid of. I opened my eyes and saw the entire city below me. Amazing! Mamiya, this is incredible! Try to swim forward, but don't let go of my hand. Following Mamiya's instructions, I gently glided through the night sky. Honestly, I'm fine with the confusion as long as it makes sense at the end. I watched Aurora. I'm fine with that. Following Mamiya's instructions, I gently glided through the night sky. Well, maybe not even make sense, but at least let it come together in some way. I feel so free. I've always been, Kato. You simply kept your true powers buried and hidden. Yo? Okay. Noted. Noted. That's hardly a problem when you're with me, is it? Mamiya. I squeezed his hand and felt its warmth. I didn't know! But that instantly sapped me out of strength, forcing my body to start wobbling in the sky. My, look at the time. You must have tired yourself out quite a bit. Rest well now, Kato. Mommy. Waiting for you here, in the land of dreams. Even after I'd woken up, I still felt like I was floating in the air. I really can't do a fake laugh. What's so funny? Ryu, how long have you been there? I knocked on your door like 1,000,000 times. Having a good dream? Huh? Well, yeah, kind of. That's so? Then I'll want to hear about it later. Ryu's expression would always turn unusually gentle whenever I talked about my dreams. I wasn't really sure why, though. It made me feel a little embarrassed, to be honest. Ever since I had that dream, I felt convinced that everything would turn out alright. For some reason, Mia would never fail to make me feel that way. Hey, Suo. Yes, what is it? What are you doing so late? Huh? What do you mean? Oh, I guess it must have been a misunderstanding on my part. Sorry. It's fine. He lowered his gaze and was seemingly deep in thought. I felt like I had to do something to give him some peace of mind. Right then. If you're having trouble sleeping, would you like me to get something to drink? I'm good. You should get some sleep yourself. Okay. I wonder if Ryu's alright. Normally you'd go straight to the hospital if you had a gaping open wound that was bleeding in your abdomen. But, you know. Wait a second, why didn't that occur to me until now? I don't know. Why did it not? Can he go to a hospital by himself though? He has no money. Who knows what his insurance situation is? But he does have money. He has a job. He's been buying you stuff. Hello? I don't know the medical situation in Japan, but I feel like if somebody showed up at a hospital with no memory and a gaping open wound in their abdomen, they might just help them. They might just do it. What are you going on about? I'm talking about you and your... Huh? Yeah, I think so. Like, at least here, I'm pretty sure, there's like private hospitals and county hospitals. And at a county hospital, even if someone shows up, no money, no insurance, no like way to identify them, all that stuff, you still help them. You still do it. They might not be able to stay there long term, but you still would save their life. Or at least you're supposed to. But yeah, like, it's cheaper in Japan anyways. So, I don't know. Make some space on the table. For you? When did you... I brought us something to drink. You what? Look, I changed my mind, and I figured I'd also get something for you. He was holding 2 mugs. The hot steam emerging from them muddled the outline on his face. Sumo's just stupid. Thank you very much. Careful there, it's hot. Tastes pretty good. A faintly sweet aroma spread across my mouth. I see. Are you still writing in your diary? Huh? Yeah, I did it yesterday too. Can I see? Sure. Under the light of a small lamp, Ryu began flipping through the pages of my notebook. You like it? Yeah. Having someone read what you wrote was a little embarrassing. Yeah, I've been there. I get it. Okay, I think you've seen enough. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Yes, you are. Actually, why don't you start your own dream diary? You're only saying that because you want to read it. Well, I'm curious about what kind of dreams you'd have. Guess I'll consider it then. I'm really looking forward to it, just so you know. Think you can sleep now? Huh? I've been watching you during the day and you seemed awfully drowsy. Figured you were sleep deprived. Oh. Hopefully I'm just overthinking it. I'll wash the cups. Sumo does not deserve a roommate this nice. Regis Altair and Tamaki I7's fucked up son. Yeah. I could even imagine him sounding like Altair. What? Oh, I thought you meant like in real life, not on Twitch. I don't know. On my end, everybody's usernames are purple. Except for Nier, who's green. I don't know, you're a very red person. So... Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're the only one. Like, Lucia's a very dark purple, you're green, and the both of you are the same other purple. So I don't understand. I don't know.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Huh? Turns out Ryu's way more of an adult than I am. See. Also, I just want to know.
Okay, yeah, so now you are a very neon green on my end.
One thing I want to know. This guy has been at this house for how long? Does he have nobody who is wondering where he is? Not a single person. There's not been a single missing person report filed for this guy. It's that dream again. Coming back from school, I found Mr. Samajima blowing soap bubbles in front of my house. Why are you wearing those clothes if you went to school? And also, what? Oh, welcome home, Kato. Mr. Samajima? What's that? Just a little something I picked up at the pharmacy. Really? That brings back so many memories. Want to give it a try? He handed me a yellowish-green straw and a pink container with some soap bubble liquid inside. Not now, I'm still a bit exhausted after club practice. Does it take that much out of you to blow a bubble? I see.
You are orange for me now.
Samajima proceeded to exhale a long breath, which produced a relatively large bubble. However, it burst before it could leave the straw. You can have the rest. What's this? Oh, my belt. Huh? I'm not a child, you know. You're literally 15. And also, who would say no to bubbles? It should be perfect for you and your friends to play around with. In any case, I'll be on my way now. Didn't you come here for something? Not really, no. What would you do, Aster, if I showed up in front of your house one day, just sitting there blowing bubbles, and then just left? I could do it. And just like that, Samajima drove off in a car that wasn't his usual Mini. Yeah, see, you get it. This guy just Grand Theft Auto'd somebody. Seriously, though. Soap bubbles are like the last thing I'd expect him to try. Soap bubbles, huh? Yeah. Come on, blow some bubbles? What is this game? You want me to do it alone? Why not join me? You can be awfully mean at times, Kato. How am I supposed to do it? I'm invisible. No, he used to have a Mini, but he literally could not get into his car. So he stole a new one from somebody else. I guess. Also, just because you're invisible doesn't mean you could not touch something. Just means you can't be seen.
I just want to see you do it. Not asking for much, am I? Only he had asked when Mr. Samajima was still around. Playing with soap bubbles at 15 was more than a little embarrassing. Okay, coward. No idea. I don't know who Mamiya is. It's Suo's invisible friend that only he can hear. Also, blowing bubbles? I don't know. I just clicked on everybody. Because I wanted to know about all of them. I didn't think that would determine my route, and then it literally just played roulette to give me someone. So, my luck. But when I was in Florida, one of my coworkers, her program ended, and she brought in a bunch of like bubble blowing things, and we spent a solid 45 minutes in the break room doing nothing but blowing bubbles and trying to stack them. Like put soap on the table and bubble on the soap, and then we're like trying to like a snowman. Very fun, very difficult. Well, fine, but only for a little bit. Also, can he not just blow these in his house? I exhaled into the shop, making a whole bunch of bubbles pop out from its other end. They slowly continued drifting into the air before ultimately melting into the evening sky. Excited, I continued making more and more of them. This is just like SpongeBob. They're beautiful. They sure are. The soap bubble membrane glimmered in wondrous colors. I feel almost like I'm dreaming. Don't like that. Mamiya? Oh, I like this art. This is cute. Through this thin layer of soap bubbles, all took on a rainbow hue. Even the front of my house felt fresh and different all of a sudden. As I continued intently staring at it, I felt almost like I could glimpse Mamiya. Mamiya. I called out to him. A fierce gust of wind swept past us, blasting the soap bubbles far into the distant sky. I think there was a song like this. What's the bubble blowing song from SpongeBob? The only thing coming to mind is the Goofy Goober one, and that is not it. I wasn't quite sure where it came from, but the soft melody of a popular nursery rhyme filled my ears all of a sudden. I followed the words in my head. For the first time ever, I felt sad not being able to see Mamiya's expression. Yes, the Bubble Buddies song. Was there even a song? You know what I'm talking about though, right? There was a song. Hold on. Whoa, I cannot see them. Anyways. I won't break you, I swear. What? Not even I really understood why I ended up saying that. Okay, but I had to protect Mamiya. I was the only one who could do it. As long as you continue to feel that way, I won't disappear. So I'm just gonna save again, though. My mouse has been so annoying recently. It will not click, and sometimes the like speed at which it moves just changes. So I keep having to go into my settings and like change how fast it moves. So much fun. It's so much fun. I won't disappear. As long as there's even one soul in this world that continues to feel that way. I spilled a cup's worth of Dr. Pepper on my laptop. That trackpad is useless. My keyboard, useless. It's a miracle that the thing still turns on sometimes. Let's remember this. I won't ever be gone. I will. Ooh, I wish I could embrace you. This is the first time anyone has said that to me. My typing isn't that bad. I just type really fast and this keyboard is very loud. Come to my side. Slowly, as if trying to touch a soap bubble, I reached out with my hand. Are you there? Yes. This is just like your name. Like, is that what's happening here? You know that scene I'm talking about? Yes, I am. Can I hug you? My guy, this looks a whole lot weird. Wait, did you ever see that movie? That is a question directed to you. Okay, well, even if you don't remember it, I'm making you watch it again. Because that is my favorite movie ever. So. All of you? Okay. But anyways, for context, in your name, they exist. Listen, it was $9 off of Amazon because I was annoyed that my other keyboard was white and all the rest of my stuff was black. And so now it matches, but it's very loud. It is very, I don't actually mind it though. But anyways, in your name, the two characters, they exist at different points in time, and there is this scene in the beginning of the movie where they're talking about how when like the sun sets, there's like this different plane of existence almost, where different times come together. You cannot see the hand movements I'm doing, but anyways, that's where like different times come together at sunset. And in one timeline, not one timeline. So the girl, she lives 3 years in the past, the guy lives in the future. In his future, her town is wiped out. So they cannot see each other at this one point in time except for a few, they cannot see each other except for a few moments. And they can hear each other, and they're like running around the top of this mountain to try and meet each other, because I can't remember why they go up there, but they know they know that this is where they need to be. And when they finally get to the same point on this mountain, they can't see each other for a moment, but they can like touch each other. They know that the other one is there. And then there's like this one, it lasts for like a minute at most. The mountain. It lasts for like a minute at most. They can see each other. The different times have come together. And he writes a note on her hand. And then after that, they can't see each other anymore. They can't hear each other. And then their memory starts to fade of each other after that. But anyways, if you don't remember this, we're going to watch that movie again. Also, I need to take a moment to go open my They switch bodies at first. That doesn't happen the whole movie. I need to take a break for a moment to open my window because I am boiling hot. Ow. I also turned my fan on, but I messed with my audio settings a little earlier, so even if you can hear it, it shouldn't be too loud. Just let me know. Okay. Can I hug you? Yes. I awkwardly raced the space where Mom was supposed to be. I couldn't feel any warmth, just the cold winter's air. Still, I wanted to embrace you. So warm. So pure. I had lost count of how many days it had been since you came to my house. Today, like on most days, we had dinner and spent some time relaxing with TV. What's this? Ryu's eyes widened like saucers. He stared intensely at the screen. Huh? That's the sea. No, I did not chat ban you. I know, like, this is literally just like Frozen. I'm telling you. Oh, you don't know? You don't know what the sea is? Well, it's made of salt water, and his usual retort never came. Instead, Ryu kept focusing on the screen. Is he from Atlantis? After a brief silence, he finally looked up at me. Is there a sea nearby, Suo? His amber eyes flashed like daggers. Oh, maybe he's like Eris. I was gonna say, and from a city under the sea, but that's literally what Atlantis is, so... Joke was already made. I couldn't help but gulp when faced with the sheer intensity of his gaze. A sea? I think so. Doubt it's even that far. How do you not know if there's an ocean near you? I feel like that's a little hard to forget. Also, Japan is an island. I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to get to an ocean from anywhere in that country. So it is nearby. So how many miles across is Japan? Does not answer my question. Just want to know how far across. Anyways. I'll go with you. Huh? You were thinking of going alone, weren't you? I can't allow you to do that. But you've got school to think about. One day won't make a difference.
I've never skipped class before, but it's never too late to start either. Please take me with you. Do whatever you want. Oh, I will. The next morning, we left the house with maps in hand. I just really want to know, when in the world does this take place? Because why do you leave a 15-year-old alone while you go across the country if he doesn't even have a phone? We were searching for the sea. Something else, too. Something vague and undefined. 6 if you speed. Sometimes I forget that Arizona is landlocked. Beach from my house. I'm trying to think. It would be 7? No. 6 hours? Ish? 6 hours. Unless you go really, really far down. Then it's like a 9-10 hour drive. We'll go like way down to the tip of this. No, that is not. I'm not talking about El Paso. I'm talking about like Corpus. Or even further if you go down to like South Padre. El Paso is landlocked. Because right underneath El Paso is Mexico. It is not on the coast. Not the leash again. Is that seriously the leash? See, I used to live so close to the beach. It was like an hour and a half. Did you miss that part? When they went on a trip for the first time, Sua pulled out a leash for Ryu to hold. I used to only live an hour and a half away. But now it's like 6 hours. That said, it'll be quite a walk from here. Are you sure you'll be okay? Don't underestimate the endurance I've built up. If anything, I'm worried about you. Come on, I play lacrosse every single day. Take that. Stop flailing around. We're in this together. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm so excited. Remember, we're not going on a vacation or anything. I'm serious about this. Yeah. A gust of cold wind swept past us. It ruffled our hair and made beads around us dance. The sun was blinding. I pulled my eyes out of focus. Glad to hear that. Ryu's gaze, however, remained unflinching. We'd find something this time, sure of it. There's a thrilling adventure waiting for us at the end of this road. Just knew it. Ryu was acting as mysterious as ever, but his kindness had touched me. Our destination was the perfect of wintry seaside. I went to the beach when we went to Seattle. And it was so pretty. Even being there in July, it was absolutely freezing cold, so I did not get in the water. But it was just it was gorgeous. It'd be a wonderful story in which our combined efforts help Ryu regain his memories. I could almost smell it in the air. This time, are you forgetting that New York is a whole state? This time for sure. Things would get interesting. Hardly wait. Me too.
Huh? I'm not sure if I remember the sea being around here. What? Suo. Unable to contain his emotions, Ryu led the way while pulling me behind him. I feel like even if you live in Arizona, you should know if New York is an island or not. The only state that is actually an island is Hawaii. Wow, it's the sea. This summer we could even go for a swim. Okay, I may have failed geography, but I at least know that much. Okay, well, who cares about Rhode Island? I forgot. Delaware is not an island, I don't think. It's just next to Rhode Island. Ryu, did you remember something? Can I stay here for a while? Oh, of course. Alright. So like the bottom of the US, if you go from left to right, there's California, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Louisiana, is it Alabama or Mississippi first? Mississippi, then Alabama, then Florida. Oh my gosh, I think, I have a figure that's next to me, and I just, breaking things. Genuinely, I think I broke it. I already broke this once and I had to super glue the hand back on. But I think, oh my gosh, please, don't break it. Just back into the hand, please. Okay, I got it. What? Yes, Georgia is a state. I used to live in Georgia. Georgia is directly above Florida, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Georgia is directly above Florida. Is that anything? Yes! In Atlanta. And then I think directly above Georgia is both of the Carolinas. Well, it's not like I lived there when I remember, because the only state I've lived in since I was 3 is Texas. Yeah, we lived in Texas, Georgia, Alaska, obviously. What did I say? So Alaska, Georgia, South Carolina, and Texas. Colorado. And Colorado is right above New Mexico or Arizona. It would be above New Mexico because Nevada's above Arizona. Yeah. I forgot I'm playing a game. New Mexico is directly to the left of Texas. Also, I thought Wyoming was next to Montana, right? Also, I've driven across the entire bottom of the US. So, that's how I know this, because I've driven through New Mexico a handful of times. Oh, okay. I knew it was somewhere close to Montana. Anyways, his game, you know, whenever the VOD gets uploaded to YouTube, this is going to make me look insane because the chat is not showing up on my stream. I could not get it to show up no matter what I did. I have gotten better with US geography. But yes, I did fail geography in 9th grade. But in my defense, if you were given a map of the entire world and given cities and countries and rivers and mountains and pretty much like everything possible, just random things and not a single word bank, you would also probably not do too well. Also, when I was in 9th grade, geography was a required class. So. I backed off of it so as not to get in his way. I felt a tug on the lead in my hand, along with a pang of guilt in my heart. You feeling guilty because you put your friend on a leash? To tell you the truth, I could actually remember my dream just fine. I just didn't want to tell you. I felt like it might come true if I did. Yeah, so we had to take, it is, yes, an element, not line dance, square dance. And that was in elementary school. But in 9th grade, we did the same thing. Like, we would go country by country and learn everything about each country. But then, at the end of the semester, they gave us this test. Literally had everything on it. And it was literally 200 questions long and not a single, there was no word bank. 200 questions, no word bank, for filling in stuff about the entire world. I hated it. I did not do well. Really. I've gotten better with geography in recent years. But I also am very directionally challenged. So, it just, anything that has to do with, like, directions and places, it just, I'm not a dumb person by any means, but that one thing, it just does not make sense to me. Like, my brain can literally just not comprehend it. Like, I can memorize entire maps for video games, but if you asked me what roads I take to work every day, I would not be able to tell you. I just know how to get there. Okay, listen. Yeah, like, I can get places, but I just can't, like, actually mentally tell someone how to get there. I just know how to do it myself. I know you love to memorize maps, and it's so fun when I'm asking for directions in the car and you're just sitting there looking at the map. Are you talking about the state song? I just put my GPS on and pray that it gets me to where I need to go. Yeah. I'm like sitting there, I'm like, okay, can you tell me which exit I need to take or when or in how many miles this this exchange comes up? Oh, that song. I thought you were talking about the state song. But maintained a subtle distance between the two of us while pulling gently on the leash. Why are you even still using a leash? How much time has passed without either of us saying a word? Sand beneath my feet. Other dimension. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? This is your name. It is. I figured it out. I did it. Ash and sea, during several days of rain, continued to rage. It would surge up over and roared. I stared on, created by the sea. Suddenly, my vision blurred for a moment. I felt a splitting headache come on. Unable to maintain my balance, I fell to my knees. My vision began to twist and warp as a somewhat familiar image showed up. In that hazy vision, for you, I silently lost consciousness. I came to in a room. Huh? What? Where was I? Ryu and I were at the seaside, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Gone along with his lead! Ryu. As I uttered that name, someone grabbed me by the chin. Ah! Nice to meet ya, Suo Kato. It was a man I didn't recognize. He had rough hands and was surrounded by the thick smell of tobacco. Literally the worst smell in the world. I hate the smell of tobacco more than anything else. Ugh. Anyways. I've been wanting to meet you for the longest time. I've even dreamt about it. Yes, more than weed. I hate the smell of tobacco more than anything. See, I don't know, for me, like, ugh, no, I can't. Like, when someone smells so strongly of tobacco, it is the worst. The smell of alcohol is up there. It's not quite as bad. Oh, I wish I were you. I hate the smell of tobacco so bad. I hate it so much. And no alcohol actually smells good. None of it does. It's just not quite as bad as the smell of tobacco, because nothing is. Forced out a groan through the hand covering my mouth. But why? How did this happen? And who was this man? Thoughts were a complete jumble. I felt my eyes moisten with tears. See, I think that's why.
I'm sorry for that one. Excuse me. I don't know why eating pickles makes me burp, but... Ugh, my coffee... I have got to... Like, I don't understand. If I buy a medium coffee, I will finish it in 2 seconds flat. But if I buy a large, I end up never finishing it. Yes, I do. I still do. You know what? If you happen... I was gonna say if you happen to be here around my birthday, but I'm going to be there around my birthday. That's what we're doing. So... You have no idea how much I loathe you. Your very existence makes me sick. This kid is 15! Don't act like you know Mamiya, you little brat. Yeah, maybe I am. Mamiya? I looked up at the man as I heard Mamiya's name. However, it was too dark for me to see his face. Seemingly angered by my stare, the man clicked his tongue and slammed me into the floor. I could feel the rough, cold surface of concrete crash against my cheek. Good lord! The man looked down at me. Listen well. I couldn't think straight. Vision was a blurry mess, and it was only... Why? Mamiya belongs to me. Okay. Why did this man know Mamiya? Suo! Suo! You okay? Hold on. Relax, sit up, but take it slow. Hold on to me. As I held onto Ryu's shoulder, the two of us started walking back down the path we came from. I slowly lowered myself onto a nearby bench. I could still feel the concrete against my skin, and the pain as those thick, bony fingers held onto me. Even his gruff voice still rang in my ears. Its tone was like a freezing chill creeping into you. What is this? What's wrong? Can't you hear it? Hear what? The voices. Something screeching. My guy has, what is it called? Tinnitus? I can't hear a thing. Yeah, have fun. Thank you for, oh my gosh, it's almost been 3 hours. But thank you for joining me, regardless. I can't hear a thing. I think that's odd. I can hear it in the distance. Screeching really loud. This is what I sound like in public because I can hear, like, everything. And for some reason it sounds familiar. It reminds me of ice flows. This is just like Land of the Lustrous. It's so loud. It's still going. Yeah. Suo? Huh? What? I don't remember this is this like... Anyways. Suo? You're there, aren't you? Who's that person to you, Mamiya? I thought I was the only one who could see you. Oh. I don't know. I assumed this was some reference to a conversation we had that I had no memory of. Suo, what's going on? Mamiya! Answer me! Or could it be that you're talking? I just can't hear you. It's screeching so bad it's drowning out everything else. What is happening right now? A while later, carried me back home. Sorry, I gotta turn my fan off. Oh, jeez. Okay. However, the sound of ice floes never died down. Oh, Kato. My poor, poor Kato. What? Why would they show up on stream? Suo? Are you okay? Hmm? Can you take a bath by yourself? Your face is all red. I think you've got a fever. Go to sleep. I shouldn't have told you about wanting to go to the sea. Sorry. Ryu, Wait. I'll change your sheets. Drink up. No. You've got to stay hydrated. You okay? What is this noise he's making? Is he coughing? Sorry for being too pushy. I'll go oh, he's choking. Maybe I need to fix my noise gate. Ryu, I'm sorry. I caused you so much trouble. Don't worry about it. Worry instead about getting better. Okay. I'll make you some porridge. Okay, be in 1820, I guess. I'll make you some porridge in case you get hungry. You know, I don't ever want oatmeal, but why does that make me want oatmeal? That sounds good. You'll need to rest. Yes, cinnamon apple oatmeal! On my way. I'm on my way. Right now. He pulled the covers over my shoulders and gave me a gentle pat. That alone was enough to make me tear up. It could have been just the fever, though. Did you manage to get sleep? Or did you... Did you manage to sleep? He's tossing around in bed. I wonder if he's having a nightmare. Mom. Dad. What is this noise? My coffee is so watered down. It's kind of gross, but it cost me $7. I want to finish it. Every time he makes that noise, I'm just gonna... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's just me. And not an adult with actual power to do something. I am obsessed with Ryu. He's everything. Are you awake? just started to die, I guess.
You feel like eating? Yeah, I'm starving, actually. I'll go warm up your porridge. You can have this while you wait. Oh, wow. Peach. It's just some leftovers. I know how much you like them. Peaches are so good. I took a bite from the peach, allowing its sweet juices to fill my mouth. Why would you say it like that? It tastes good. I'm glad to hear that. I wonder if this is what it feels like to have an older brother.
The look on his face!
Yeah, right. Like I'd want to have a giant like you for a little brother.
Ouch.
Just then, I felt like I could hear a faint chuckle escape Ryu's lips. The gentle taste of the peach stayed in my mouth, melting away I don't know how to talk. Melting away my riled up feelings. The weathercaster on TV diligently explained the situation. Wow, that typhoon looks crazy. It's so rare to see those in December. The windows are rattling pretty hard. Doesn't look like we'll be able to go out today, or even tomorrow. The slanted rain was pattering on the branches outside the window. I found myself captivated by their rhythmic movements. To my side, Ryu looked like he was about to say something about the stormy sky. Are you planning to go out, Ryu? I've got work tomorrow. It's just daily employment, so I don't really have to go, but I'm worried about your health. Oh, I'm feeling much better now, thanks to you.
Huh?
Good. They'll probably let you take tomorrow off, so why not just stay home? We could spend the whole day relaxing, doesn't that sound great? Okay, fine. I'll be looking forward to it. Great. Well then, have a good night, Ryu. Thanks. Are you really going to be alright by yourself? Come on, what's going into you all of a sudden? Don't tell me you're afraid of the typhoon. There's no need to worry. In this house, we're safe from both rain and wind. Lightning, too, for that matter. I don't think most houses are lightning-proof. Yet still, Ryu retained a gloomy expression. In that moment, a certain feeling washed over me. The typhoon might have had something to do with him losing his memories. I mean, I guess. I don't know, I feel like I don't really see many houses with those. And I've seen a lot of houses, at least on the news here, during like really terrible storms that will catch on fire from getting struck with lightning. I suddenly felt guilty for making light of it. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. Really? Really? How have you... It does happen. I see. I'll be off then. Are you sure you don't want to sleep together? Absolutely sure. What? Ouch. And remember, you'll have to tell me all about your dreams. I will. Good night. Ryu returned to his room. The sound of rain reverberated in the darkness. Good night. Why did I always feel so uneasy during typhoons? I don't know. During really terrible storms, most people always feel at least a little weird. As I watched that swirling cloudy sky, I felt like something just might happen. In that deep, deep darkness. I ended up drifting off to sleep, unable to comprehend the nature of those feelings.
Yeah, see, I actually really like storms. Until tornado warnings start getting thrown out. I heard the piercing sound of rain. It reminded me of needles. It felt like I was becoming one with the storm. Damn noise. Why is the door open? Hello? Suo? I had always been expecting a certain something. But, hello? Suo! Suo! Where are you, Suo? The world was filled with mystery and wonder. Suo! So I believed that one day I too would be chosen. Does this constitute a flash warning? I feel like this constitutes a flash warning. Even though it's not really that... Hello? In his Kanata era for real. The rippling surface of the... Does he just walk into the ocean? The star-studded sky reflected in it. It was a sweet, blissful dream. Tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Day after that. As days came and went, things that truly mattered grew vaguer, hazier. I hoped we could exchange a gentle smile. Did when we met in the dream. Oh. Ow, my god. Never mind, he's fine. As I woke up, I found myself in Ryu's arms. Ryu! He held me in a powerful grip and seemed to be of no mind to let go. No good. In the end, I gave up on struggling and decided to just surrender myself to whatever he would do. He looked tired. Oh, are you awake, Ryu? Suo. Jeez, what was that for? I nearly broke into a smile, but then I noticed that Ryu's teeth were chattering. He was shivering all over. Did you have a bad dream? Also, this background music is great. It's okay. I'm here. It's alright. Everything's fine. It really does. Now, why would you say that? I'm gonna have a Germa moment. Mods, I need this person banned for an hour. Oh my gosh, this coffee tastes really bad. Good morning, Suo. Morning. That typhoon sure was something else, huh? The forecast said today would be the same, but look, not a cloud in the sky. And here I thought I'd get another day off. I'm glad to see everyone again. It was really noisy though, my window kept rattling so bad I almost thought it would come off. Me too, I couldn't sleep at all. Wait, I didn't even notice it. You're just too heavy of a sleeper. I'm home, Ryu. Back. I'm sorry, school started and the weather's so nice I can't talk. Sorry, school started and the weather's so nice I'd feel guilty for not going. It's fine, don't worry about it. We can hang out on our next day off? Yes. Well then, took out my notebook from the drawer and began cheerfully flipping through its pages. I had to jot down my dream while I still remember it. I clutched my pen and was about to start writing when... Ah, you! Perfect timing, I actually wanted to call you over. Yeah, I'm about to add a new entry to my dream diary. You said you enjoyed reading them, so... Suo, you need to stop doing that. Huh?
stop writing down your dreams. What? Why? You always look so happy when I tell you about them. It means a lot to me. I can't believe you, of all people, would tell me to stop. The girls are fighting! You're losing your ability to tell dreams and reality apart, aren't you? Huh? What are you talking about? This expression? Hello? You believe your dreams have actually happened in real life, so I want you to stop. Look who's talking. You've got no memories and no way of telling what's right and what's not. Jeez. Suo, you should go to a hospital. Why me? You're the one with the amnesia. You don't remember walking all over town last night, do you? What are you talking about? Are you sure you didn't just dream all that up? Then how do you explain those wounds on your legs? And the things you kept mumbling to yourself. Not sure who you think you're talking to, but there's no one there. You're wrong. It's just invisible, which is why others can't see him. Suo, I enjoyed hearing about your dreams. To me, dreams only meant one thing. You managed to turn them into a source of entertainment, which is why I liked yours. However, it ceases being entertainment the moment it starts interfering with real life. You're not making any sense. I have no idea what you're even talking about. Suo. Open your eyes and look at reality for God's sake. Words touch something inside of me. Something very, very important. Slumbering deep within me. I'll step out for a bit. Mamiya. You're there, aren't you? Mamiya, am I weird? Am I wrong to rely on you? I mean, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in. I bet you haven't even seen me without this stupid sleep shirt on. You're my friend. That's right. I'm your friend, Keito. And to me, you're irreplaceable. You feel the same about me, don't you? Yeah. But you have no body. That's true. Visible. See? Only one who can sense me. You said it was weird to have a friend like that. I saw a movie like this once. I saw a movie about this. And it didn't end well. It's what he said. I see. Well, it's true I'm different from most people in the sense that I have no body. I'm as unusual as a being as they come. But it's all a matter of perspective, really. Yeah. I may not have a body. My words reach you just fine, do they not? Surely our relationship isn't so fragile that the mere idea of it being weird would affect it. You're right, it's not. You mean a lot to me, Mamiya. Since you in my heart. That makes you real. That's not how it works. You'd simply ignore what others say about us. The only thing that matters is what you believe. You're right. You know, it's kind of weird. I'm starting to feel like nothing's happened anymore. Despite how much it hurt me. But to see Ryu for a while. Hello?
Mr. Samajima, what are you doing here? Kato, would you mind coming along for a drive? Huh? But I've got school. Just call in sick. Come on, hop in. So, I don't know. No music. Huh? But Mr. Samajima. Geez, you're being awfully forceful. Cut me some slack. I've been really looking forward to this. Here, I'll even put on your favorite tunes. Mr. Samajima reached out and flicked a switch on the dashboard. A second later, an upbeat song started playing from the car. Oh, I'm surprised you're also into this kind of music. Truth is, I'm not. I actually just rented it from Sutaya for the first time. See, I've even got a card. Driving and upbeat music go hand in hand. Your dad taught me that much. I just love how feel-good the lyrics are. It sort of makes you want to do your best, you know? Is that so? By the way, look, I've brought some light snacks too. Sandwiches and milk. Okay. They all have different fillings, so oh my gosh. They all have different fillings, so feel free to pick whichever one's your favorite. Or you could just eat them all, I don't really mind. Felt quite indulged here. Suppose I'll just make the most of this then. It's actually been a while since we've gone on a drive. Indeed it has. I was so full of energy at the start, but ended up dozing off on the way back. I still remember how lonely I felt as I drove through that tunnel with nothing to do but chew gum. I'm sorry about that. Hey, take the wheel, it just sort of comes with the territory. Speaking of which, where are we going exactly? Requests? Huh? You're asking me? Well, it's winter, so it'd be nice to see some snow. I'd like to go up north. As you wish. Off we go then, to Cape Soya, tip of the north. Can't wait. Have you ever been to Hokkaido, Mr. Samajima? On a few occasions, yes. I visited there on a trip with my still little. Their winters are cold. This was also the first time I ate a crab. Which reminds me, how you left? I noticed how lengthy your instructions were, but I didn't realize you actually added recipes in there too. I had everything from takikomi gohan to kimchi and jiru. It really helped me out. Glad to hear you've made good use of it. My room is freezing cold now, but it's better than being hot, so I really wouldn't mind going there. Or even to a place no one else knows, as long as that's what you wanted. What is with this guy? Mr. Samajima? Keiko. I'm sorry, I'm opening a granola bar. Yeah. Our real destination is the hospital. Huh? Are you sick, Mr. Samajima? This isn't about me, Kato. You're the one that needs to be looked at. What? But I don't have a fever, and I'm pretty sure I'm not injured either. This is just like Milgram. I've heard you were out on the streets in the middle of the storm yesterday. And that you weren't quite yourself. In that moment, my mind just completely blinked out. Mr. Samajima knew everything. He knew about Ryu living at my house, and even what happened during the storm. There's nothing to be scared of. They're just going to take a look at you. Kato, it's going to be fine. No, I don't want to go. Kato, I'm not going. What is wrong with this guy? You lied to me. You lured me into the car so I couldn't escape. You need to calm down. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm completely sane. I've had enough of this. This is just like, Shutter Island. Stop the car right now. I'm afraid I can't do that. Why? I promise to look after you. I need to make sure you're okay. So you're just doing this for my dad, not me. That's not true.
I'm getting out. I'll push the Hello? This is when you enable child lock. Mr. Samajima's face tensed up like I'd never seen it before. Let me out! Let me out! Kato, close the door. Hurry, this is getting too dangerous. Then stop the car. Close the door. I won't. I'm getting out. You'll only get hurt. Then maybe you should stop the car. What is wrong with this guy? Unless you want my dad to hear about this. Is he dead? They're both dead, aren't they? The car began to gradually lose speed until it came to a complete halt. Wasting no time, I immediately jumped out of the car and started dashing off in the opposite direction. I believe him. I'll pressure him. I'm eating your granola bar. But even Mr. Samajima thinks I'm crazy. I believed him. I didn't step on the brakes for your father's sake. Visibly taken aback, Mr. Samajima muttered that to himself. There was no way for me to hear him, though. Okay. So how are you narrating this? I was still running, while feeling like the entire world had just betrayed me. The basement my dad used as a makeshift storage room was covered in concrete and had a distinctly chilly air to it. I violently pushed him down there. But what gives? Come on now. It's your fault, Ryu. You keep saying all these weird things to people. Oh my gosh! Where am I? My house, of course. Let me out of here. Yu was acting strange. Ryu? His amber eyes no longer had that intimidating glint to them. I had seen eyes like that before. I won't. You may beg all you want. Suo. It's your fault, okay? You told Mr. Samajima all those weird things about me. I trusted you, yet you're getting the wrong idea. I did it for your sake. Don't just say what's convenient to you. You'll stay here and reflect on what you've done. I addressed you in the coldest tone I could muster. I had to remind myself not to relent. I threw him a piercing glare to try and mask the fact that my voice had been trembling. There's so many other ways to go about this, besides shoving a man down a staircase into your basement. It's just for a little bit. So try to endure it for now. I locked the door leading to the basement with an audible click. I felt a thorn prick at my heart when I recalled the face Ryu made there at the end. I hope he returns to normal soon. You okay, Suo? Where's his uniform? Huh? You're all fidgety. Did you forget something? No, it's not like that. You really should have gone to the toilet before class, you know. It's not about that either. Still, you do look a lot more lively than usual. Huh? Crap, it's the teacher. We gotta get back to our seats. Right. Okay, give me a second. Okay. I'm worried about Ryu. Ryu. I brought you some food. Only a couple of hours had passed, yet Ryu looked more exhausted than I'd ever seen him. It's because of that wound in his stomach that never got seen. My heart ached seeing him like this, so let him out! Hello?
I brought you a rice ball, some miso soup, and an omelet. That sounds good. I'm really hungry. Do you think you can eat? Yeah. Oh, geez, you can't do it at all. Please, have some water first. Open your mouth. Chew slowly, okay? Glad you could actually eat all that. Why are you doing this? Huh? You lock me up in a place like this and start feeding me. You've been like that from the start. There's no rhyme or reason to anything you do. What are you trying to achieve exactly? Achieve? Nothing at all. I just want you to reflect on your actions. But it breaks my heart to see you unable to eat. So, are you sorry for what you've done? Can you finally go back to being your usual self? What is wrong with him? How am I supposed to do that when I never even changed to begin with? Just let me out of here already. Why are you like this? When one night you open that door in your sleep, I've got to be there to protect you. From what? From yourself. Are you telling me to just not sleep at night? Is that it? You're really not making any sense, Ryu. I could say the same about you. What do you even want? What do I want? You already know that, don't you? What? I approached the hesitating Ryu and gave his haggard face a long, hard look. Hello? Hello? Shit. What is wrong with this guy? Show me your hidden powers. Suo? Don't play dumb with me, I know everything. You hold the key to the entire world in your hands. That's what made you lose your memories. Suo, what are you even... Come on, admit it. Do it, or else I might find myself disappointed. Fine, I'll talk. You know what? I hate this place. It's dark, cramped, and there's cold concrete everywhere. I remember all this. When I was small, I leaned in, completely taken in by his story. When I did, Ryu suddenly bit into my fingers. Ow! What the heck was that for? I knew it. You're still not the Ryu I know. Some strange force must be controlling you. That has to be it. Suo, wake up already. Yup. You've dreamt enough. Are you talking about? I have no hidden powers, nor any magical abilities. I'm just a guy with amnesia. He's just some dude. He's just some guy. No different, Suo. You're just like me. Huh? You're a spoiled, somewhat childish 15-year-old with a gentle heart. Perfectly ordinary person. Enough! Stop it! Listen to me! What you're looking for just doesn't exist in this world. Stop it. Stop it. Open your eyes. I don't wanna... You have to. Stop clinging to fantasies. I don't wanna... I don't understand. The world never changes. It's always so dull. I refuse to accept that. You see, I have high expectations for this world. And I just don't want to give up on that. Suo, for the longest time, I had been full of expectations. I believed the world was filled with mystery and wonder. That one day, I too would be chosen. Mom and Dad, my friends, all of the people in our town. They allowed me to live a peaceful life devoid of worry and hardship. But I didn't want that gentle stagnation. I craved excitement, vivid colors to paint over my dull and gray life. I had hopes for this world, and for myself. I can't just give up on this world, or myself. That'd be like accepting things as they are. I won't do that. Do you really think it's wrong for me to feel this way? Is it wrong for me to discuss all of this with you? Maybe I shouldn't talk to you anymore. Answer me, Mamiya. Please, say something. It's okay. It's alright, everything will be just fine. There's something truly wonderful and unique in this world. That something is you. There's no need to be afraid. Really. Yeah. Trust me. Mamiya. I love you, Mamiya. I know, this craving I feel. Understand it, don't you, Mamiya? I do. All too well. Which is precisely why you can be so menacing at times. Your unquenchable thirst for the kingdom of the unreal. What the hell is happening? Isn't that why I'm here? Why I was left to remain? I will fulfill my duty, even if it may cause grief to some. I'm sure it will all be forgotten soon enough, though. Listen, Kato. I wanted to thank you for that hug. I mean it. It made me really happy. The rippling surface of the water. Star-studded sky. I hoped we could exchange a gentle smile, the way we did when we met in the dream. That was all I really wanted. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, day after that. As days came and went, things that truly mattered grew vaguer, easier. Even now, I still yearned for it. Gaining superpowers out of nowhere, getting entangled in a conflict of mind-numbing proportions. Working on an epic quest to rescue a girl, saving the world from impending doom. I desperately wanted to become someone like that. Where am I? The first thing I saw upon waking was the sea. Why? Why would I wake up in a place like this? I glimpsed a shadow in the distance. Looked familiar. Were you? Before I could reach him, you fell to the ground with a grunt. There's so much blood. Ryu, I have to stop the bleeding. We need to get away from here. I'm coming for you, Ryu. Ryu made no response, almost like he didn't even hear me. He remained completely motionless. The red of his blood continued to spread through the deep purple of the sea. Oh no. He wasn't going to make it. Ryu was going to die. This can't be happening. Ryu, don't do this to me. I've got to stop the bleeding. Come on, wake up. No. This can't be happening. This isn't real. I don't want this. What should I do, Mamiya? Mamiya? I know you're there. Answer me. I can't take this anymore. I wanted a dramatic conclusion. I was even ready to sacrifice myself. Like a true hero. Kato. You're amazing, Kato. Oh. Mom, Dad. I wanted them to smile and call me exceptional. No. I don't want
For you to die. So, I remember now. Huh? I remember everything. Oh, I see. Including where and when this is. What? And the reason why we crossed paths. He's different. He's not being targeted by a shadowy... What? Hello? Now he sounds like me. He's not being targeted by a shadowy organization. Nor does he hold the key that would unlock the path to another dimension. He has no hidden powers either. Or die, where... He's just an ordinary person. Nothing more. I don't need to hear about those memories. They're worthless to me. Shut up. Sue. They're not unique and interesting. I have no need for them. Ryu collapsed onto the sandy beach with an audible thud. He wasn't getting up. The vividness of his crimson blood was a sobering sight. Ryu, why? But... Okay. I suppose it's all good. This is only a dream after all. And they do say it's good luck. What? And they do say it's good luck to kill before a trip. The world would soon end. Didn't know how much truth there was to it. But but people on TV and the news made it out to be a big deal. I don't usually talk this much for this long. I'd even hear people discussing it in class. Days went by as usual, without anyone truly comprehending that the world would soon end. I don't know. I still didn't quite understand why I was here. I was certain that the end would happen in the blink of an eye. It would be simple and anticlimactic, like the burst of a soap bubble. I need to wake up, and so I drifted off to sleep. Oh my god. Night sea groaned softly. Surrounded only by the sound of waves, I clenched my fist as I beheld the young boy sleeping on the beach with a content smile on his face. Hello? Why? Suoketo. The door to the institution has been unlocked. Press restart on the title screen? Okay. This is also going to be a very, very long stream because I am genuinely just going to keep going until my mom tells me I need to be quiet. Okay. So do I just press restart? Okay. Natsume died. Okay. And so then in order to move on to someone else, I have to pick that I'm curious about them. Oh, I have that off. Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. Never mind. Haha. So I just have to pick that I'm curious about them. And then that'll put me on that person? Okay. Noted. Well, yeah, that was quite the start to the game. That was quite the start. Okay. Did someone pass away? Yes, they're holding a funeral for a boy called Natsume. Natsume? Well, I think I might have known him. Oh, really? Probably, at least I think so. In that case, why not bring him some flowers? Huh? Can I? Of course. I'm certain he would appreciate it. What's this button for? Getting a bit tense. It's gonna be okay. I just need to get inside. After muttering that to myself, I nodded and took a step forward. Only to end up bumping into someone. Sorry. I'm sorry too. I bumped into someone's tall, dark back but as I looked up, I was surprised to see a face that still carried a hint of boyish youth to it. Also, I did read this earlier, but since you were not here for the first hour, I'm rereading it. So you have a bit of context. This whole part so far is the same as when I started it earlier. He was a head taller than most people, making him easily stand out, whether he liked it or not. Though the bump happened entirely due to my own clumsiness, he addressed me with genuine sincerity. I'm off then. Right. I opened the door. The solemn atmosphere hung heavy in the air as I stepped into the church. Natsume. Some wept, others looked on in silence. Were they all reminiscing about the time they'd spent with him? I hope they are. The service would begin in seconds, and I was the only one still standing. I hurriedly scanned my surroundings for a place where I could sit. Okay, so for the last time I did this, I picked take a seat deeper in, and it put me next to, the pink guy. So should I grab something else and then say I'm curious about whoever it is that I sit next to? Yeah. Okay, I shall do that. I loaded this up like when I first bought it just to like get a feel for it, and on the right I believe is next to Ryu. The deeper in is next to deeper in is next to the one with pink hair. I don't know about these two, but I'm pretty sure on the right is Ryu. I'm just gonna go with that. I took a seat on the right. I'll sit next to you if you don't mind. Sure. I kept gazing at the flowers ahead while waiting for the ceremony to begin. Then came the coffin. Everyone around me muttered prayers in remembrance of Natsume. The chant played as the coffin was carried forward. Hearing the priest talk, all I could think about was its contents. I love Ryu. A while later, the service began in earnest, accompanied by organ music. The attendees stood up and brought flowers to the coffin. The student with darker skin approached it next. I am curious. I find myself somewhat curious about him. I decide to follow him with my gaze. The dark-skinned student took some of the gathered white flowers and approached the coffin. His amber eyes were directed right at it. I could see the strength of his will reflected in them. His graceful fingers didn't tremble one bit. As he placed his flowers, it's beginning again. He slightly parted his lips, almost like he was about to say something. In the end, all he did was furrow his brow and close his eyes before ultimately returning to his seat. Also, I just realized that my mouse has been on the whole time, and that drives me crazy, so give me a second. Please don't mess up. Crap. No. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Oh, is this it? Okay, there we go. I know what happened there, but got it. I was trying to not capture my mouse because I realized it's been on the whole time. And it was not... It decided it didn't want to pick up the window anymore. Think nothing of it. Goodbye. I ignored him as I would every other attendee and maintained my silence. I was going to use the Altair cursor, but I don't know if the person that made them would want you to, like, use it on a stream or something, so I didn't re-enable it. Ruffling his pinkish hair, a man with an intense look on his face stepped forward. I think nothing of it. That's a valid point. I ignored him. Oh my gosh, why do I have chocolate on my arm? Hello? Probably not, but I didn't want to take that chance, just in case. I ignored him as I would every other attendee and maintained my silence. His vibes are rancid, but he's very interesting to me. Next, the coffin was approached by a tall boy in a school uniform. I think nothing of it. I ignored him as I would every other attendee and maintained my silence. Once all the attendees had set their flowers, the funeral came to a close with a few words addressed to the bereaved family. Surrounded by people leaving the hall, I talked to him. I was curious about the boy with the somewhat intimidating eyes. Could he have been on bad terms with Natsume? Is that why he made that face? Excuse me, you dropped this. It happens. Were you close to Natsume? I only came here because he was a classmate. Can't say I expected this, though. Be too much of a baller for... I can say my goodbyes when I have to. See, Natsume and I didn't talk much. For all I know, he might not have even remembered me. He still came. He might not have cared, but I remembered him very well. I got this thing from him, too. The ballpoint pen you dropped? Yeah, he lent it to me when we were sitting next to each other and I didn't have anything to write with. He just did it without even saying a word. I told him I'd return it once class was over, but he let me use it for the rest of the day. To return it the next day, but then he told me to just keep it. Said I didn't need it, but he was adamant about not wanting it back. Now it's an item left behind by a dead guy. Figured I had to bring it here. I couldn't give it back to him. Hell, I don't even know. Hell, I don't even need it. And now I can't even throw it away. I see. Take good care of it if you can, please. I imagine that's what Natsume would have wanted too. I guess you're right. Sorry for keeping you. Anyway, take care. Yeah. I spent a moment thinking about what had just happened. People dressed in all black, a dead, almost suffocating atmosphere, and the deceased person at the center of it all. Natsume. Still, it still hadn't really sunk in that I would now be living in a world without him.
Even now, I half expected him to show up at school like he always did, flashing the biggest grin. Part of me still wanted this entire funeral to be a practical joke. But in the end, entertaining thoughts like that only served as a cruel reminder for the fact that he was gone. Death was unexpectedly sudden and anticlimactic. I looked up at the distant sky above. The gray clouds cast an achromatic veil over the city. Tomorrow would come and I would continue to breathe under this very same sky. The death of a single person would have no effect on my daily life. I would go to school, get to my part-time job, and finally back home. After all, Natsume had only taken up a fraction of that routine. I'm back. My home stood exactly where it always did. Leave behind the event that was the funeral and step back into the realm of the familiar. Laundry was still hanging and drying, while the sink was still chock full of dishes. Giving them no more than a fleeting glance, I went straight to my room. I felt tired from everything that had happened during the day. I crashed into my futon without even bothering to change. It didn't matter to me if the world ended. Existence was entirely too minuscule for me to perceive matters of that scale. I had my hands full with protecting what was right in front of me. I wake up, only to start mulling over my days again. All I did was live a mundane, unchanging life. And so I went to sleep. Yet another day to a close. I mustn't run away. Also, before I get too deep into this, I need food. I need food bad. So give me a minute.
Okay. Ramen acquired. Also, I have no idea how to do that. I don't know how to use Twitch. Every time I did something, those words would flash through my mind. I wiped the mud off my cheek and glanced at the man lying beside me. Finding the iron pipe uncomfortable in my hand, I tossed it aside without a moment's hesitation. Ugh. The dewy smell of morning persisted throughout the day. For a brief moment, the sun shone through the gap between the heavy clouds and rolling above. What? Through the heavy clouds rolling above. Once again, the air itself felt dead. I could barely remember the last time I lived freely. And yet again, I can't escape, or I could not escape the sun's watchful eye. Seriously? I actually saw this really awesome video the other day. I'm so sorry for that one. Excuse me. No way, can I see? What the heck is this? How come Kikuchi is in the classroom so early this morning? He usually comes in so late. I hear he had another fight the other day, just under the bridge. What does he think he is, the hero of some TV show about delinquents? Also, I have ramen. I'm trying to eat it very quietly. Noise gets too much for anybody. Just tell me and I will, stop. It's not really hot to him. Who does he think he is, the hero of some TV show about delinquents? We're all living in peace, though. Man, I really wish he'd learn how to read the room. Kikuchi? What? Damn, the class rep's actually trying to talk to him. There's a limit to how diligent a person should be. This is, This is, a questionnaire for the next meeting, and all the students need to submit it, so if possible, I mean, if that's not too much of a bother, it'd be great if you could do it sometime this week. Huh? I'll hand it to you later. Okay, thanks. You. Hey, you going home? Can I tag along halfway? Sure. How are you doing? Is the part-time job keeping you busy? Yeah. I see. Sounds rough. How's Midori? What year is she right now? She's in her 3rd year of elementary school. Already? Guess it's about time she started getting more feminine, huh? 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 No, I don't like him. At all. No thank you. Do you remember the time she fell into the pond? Yeah. That was crazy. There were no adults around, so you just jumped right in after her. It wasn't that deep. I also remember when you ate her snacks and made her cry. That happened? Did. And man, how hungry could I have been to steal a little girl's snacks? I don't like this guy. At all. You've got work today? Yeah. Good luck then. Thanks. Oh my gosh! You're so small! Midori, these were left over in the shop. What about chocolate crisps? What about chocolate crispies? There were some of those too. Let's go home. Ryu. Wanna go today? Can't I? It's fine, as long as you keep your word. I promise to wash my hands and rinse my mouth. Good, let's go then. Okay. Her design is so cute! You can sit down and start eating here. Yuri gave me an enthusiastic nod and took a large chocolate crispy donut in both hands and began stuffing it into her mouth. That sounds so good! That sounds so good. I went for a strawberry donut myself. Midori had already finished hers and went off to look for seashells. Midori is very good at discovering beautiful things. Even subtle, poignant kind of beauty that most people would. Midori noticed my gaze and held up a large seashell with the widest possible grin she could muster. For you! Looked so beautiful in the sun I couldn't help but smile myself. After finishing my donut and feeling the sting of the salty wind in my wound, I thought back to what happened the other day. Including a certain classmate I had barely ever spoken to. He barely played a role in my life, yet there was something about him that simply didn't sit right with me. Person's death, huh? Midori, who'd been playing in the sand until just moments ago, was now standing right in front of me. Like going home already? Didn't take long to... Ryu, what is it, Midori? Come with me. Did she find a corpse? Midori grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the sea. It must have been something she couldn't figure out on her own. After a while, she came to a stop. I followed her gaze and let out a gasp. Close enough. This is just like Danganronpa. It was a person. Someone had washed up on the beach. His school jacket was heavy with all the water it had soaked up. His hair, too, was dripping wet. I could barely sense any breathing from his purple lips. If your lips are purple, or very far gone already. Midori! Midori immediately ran off without any instructions from me. I pulled the man away from the waves, careful not to move too much. He was significant, so by the time I was done, Midori had already returned with the bag. Get a towel. Nodding, Midori started wiping the water off the man while I took off his jacket to check his pulse. He's moving. As I cupped the man's chin to lift his face a little, he suddenly opened his eyes. You okay? But what am I doing here? He looked into the distance with a drowsy expression. His memories still appeared to be jumbled. As I kept studying him for any signs of pain, our eyes abruptly met. He had a tidy look to him, the hint of youth still lingering in his features. Hey. Yes? You okay? Right. I mean, yes. Do you remember who you are? I think so. I just can't seem to remember how I got here. Thank you for saving me. I'd like to express my gratitude somehow. Mind telling me your name? Let's do that. But, look, I'm telling you not to bother. Well, okay. Now that he was awake, the man's body no longer seemed as large as before. You should go to a hospital. Let's go, Midori. He looked like he still wanted to say something, but I ignored him and left. Are you sure we did the right thing, Ryu? What do you mean? I mean, you know. Yeah, I see. Let's go home. Okay, Ryu. Something like this would happen the day after I'd seen a dead person at a funeral. I didn't want to have anyone else die in front of me. Just done looking at corpses. That was the extent of the reason why I saved him. Nothing more, nothing less. I thought back to him in the way he looked. Light blue hair coupled with a pair of puzzled eyes,
the color of lead. I was trying not to scrutinize him too much. Wouldn't meet again anyway. We wouldn't? Wait, was that even the first time I'd seen him? His face actually felt oddly familiar. Hey. I was suddenly addressed by a large man. This again. Midori, go over there for a moment. Okay. You want something? You know very well what I want. For as long as I could remember, other people, especially those prone to violence, would constantly feel the need to challenge me. This is just like Letterkenny. Before long, I found myself surrounded by thugs and lowlifes on a daily basis. Guess the rumors were true. You're not the type to back away from a fight. Don't run. Well, that's great and all, but we've got a reputation to maintain. So you're gonna have to die here. No hard feelings, alright? I actually hated fighting. I found it to be a waste of time. But I just couldn't stand running away. Simple as that. I dodged his incoming fist, slipped over him, then delivered a punch of my own to his side. That didn't send him to the ground, though. Instead, he grabbed me by the head and smashed it into his knee. Searing pain flared up all across my face. I picked up a random brick I found lying around and used it to thwack the man in the side. The man that had attacked me now lay on the asphalt. Frustration washed over me. What a waste of time. Nose is bleeding. Well, whatever. I gotta make dinner. A violent dizziness overcame me. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could, then opened them back up. I wanted to meet you, Ryu. Girl? Hello? Hello? Is this doubt? Oh, whoa. Huh? I was looking at a large rabbit head. It reminded me of a plush toy I'd seen somewhere before. A young boy seemed to be wearing it like a mask. Pleasure to meet you, my dearest Ryu. Didn't sense him coming at all. He caught me completely by surprise. There was no way I wouldn't have noticed someone standing this close to me. I hit my head a bit too hard during that fight. In case nothing good ever came of humor and I tried walking around the weird child, but he stepped in front of me again, blocking my way. I've wanted to meet you for so long. There hasn't been a single moment I wasn't thinking of you. Out of my way. Come now, aren't you being a little rude? Deciding I'd tolerate the boy no more, I wordlessly swung the brick at him. That seems a little much. But Ryu, what's gotten into you? Who the hell are you? Don't you know? Oh, cruel, I'm your friend. How do you know my name? I remained incredulous of his words. His suspicious tone lowered to a whisper. My name's Mamiya. Mamiya? Oh my, have you seriously forgotten about me, Ryu? Another swing from my brick. Ryu, at least hear me out. Find someone else. Gosh, you're so violent, it has me worried about your future. You could have killed me with that thing. Oh. Welcome back, Ryu. Are you okay? Yeah, just wait here. I'll go fix something up for dinner. Okay. These chopsticks are the most annoying chopsticks in the world! Okay. Today had been unusual, to say the least. I saved a man from drowning, got jumped by some thug, and met a crazy, unhinged child. It tastes great. Glad to hear it. Yet a single look at Midori made all my exhaustion melt away. You watched your favorite show on TV while wolfing down the rice omelet I'd made. Got ketchup on your face. Trying to eat ramen quietly is difficult. Okay, you got it off. You. Yeah? I think Mom will be late again. That's what I've heard. See. Nice if she came home early for a change. Yeah. Mother never showed up that. We fell asleep. I took her in my arms and carried her to the futon. By the time I slipped her under the... She was already fast asleep. Yes, I should also hit the sack. It had been a tiring day. But tomorrow, another day would come and I'd once again have to move. Considering how boring my life was, I didn't feel like I'd leave anything behind. Good morning, Ryu. It's such a beautiful morning. Look how blue the sky is. Even the birds are chirping. So let's have ourselves a great Hey, stop throwing things at me! You're trespassing on private property. Don't say that, we're family. Excuse me? I mean, I'm your father. You can call me Dad. Or is that too embarrassing for someone of your age? Would you prefer father? You may call me Father, Ryu. So what's your plan for today? I know it's important to let your hair down from time to time, but don't neglect your studies either. Ryu? God, what was wrong with this guy? Ah, Ryu. Minato. Oh, is that a friend of yours, Ryu? He just doesn't question the mask. Wow, you look even angrier than usual. Your eyes are more wrinkled than a raisin. He's right, you know. It'll leave a mark when you get older. Whose fault do you think that is? Huh? Sorry, Ryu. Did I do something? Just tell it to me straight if I did. Talking to you. Really? I sure don't see anyone else here. But you just... Okay. Anyone that messes with Ryu will have me to deal with. Ryu, what's wrong? Ryu! I started running. Why? Because I came to a sudden realization. This annoying demon child. Come on, Ryu, don't you think it's rude to just run off without saying anything to your friend? It was visible to me. He kept up with me for a while, but I ultimately managed to shake him off after taking a few sharp turns. Oh my god, I just got ramen broth in my nose. I leaned against the wall and allowed my breathing to slowly even out. I was the only one seeing him. Had I finally gone insane? Maybe I'd been abnormal all along and just didn't realize it? An unpleasant memory flashed into my mind for a split second. I remember where it was from. Doesn't your shift start soon? He was just there, almost like he had appeared out of thin air. Perhaps Minato was right. Maybe I was just tired. What's wrong? Don't you need to hurry? Hearing that silly voice of his made me deeply regret even trying to take this seriously. In any case, I cut my thoughts off and headed to work. Oh, jeez. I'm working. Get lost. Huh? But I want to see your work so I can etch it into my memory. Just don't speak to me, okay? Okay. Miraculously enough, I somehow managed to keep a straight face during my shift. Boss, I think we're out of oil. Ah, you're that guy from the beach. Wow, what a coincidence. I step into a random donut shop and run into you of all people. Oh, and here's your towel, by the way. I never got the chance to give it back. You shouldn't have bothered. The smell of detergent wafted through my nostrils as I took the towel from him. Looking up, I saw him staring with expectant eyes. That just ended up irritating me. I'm really grateful for what you did earlier. Would you mind telling me your name? He's at work, shouldn't he have a name tag on? Look. Kikuchi. Start your break if you want. Your sister should be here soon. Oh, were you in the middle of something? Your name is Kikuchi. It's Kikuchi Ryu. And I'm Suoketo. I really appreciate what you did for me yesterday. I really should thank you somehow, but I haven't brought anything. Say, do you like the donuts they sell here? Oh, sorry, not a fan of sweets, I take it? That case... Wait, how have you never had a name tag at work? I had to wear a name tag even when I was a lifeguard. Ow! God, my knee. Wow, every single job I've ever worked at, I've had a name tag. And every single job I've ever worked at, I had to get a replacement because I never spell my name right the first time. Never. Hey. Oh, I see, that's a relief. It's nice to meet you. Midori. Do you remember me? You two saved my life yesterday. Yep. Would you mind if I dropped by again sometime? Seriously? Of course not. You don't mind at all, right, Ryu? So this has gotta be, like... I don't know, different timelines coming together because... the whole thing about him, like, freaking out at the beach. The first time they meet, this route, it's at the beach. Then there's that guy. Yeah, I can also understand, like, as a teacher, because I don't really think I've ever seen a teacher with a name tag. But still. Whatever, do what you want. Either to pick you up. Oh my gosh! This is so cute! This is so cute! Ryu, look! What is it? A stone. It's a I can't say this word. Yep, it's not happening. That's a weird color. Yep. It's very beautiful. Weird. Yeah. Midori was a little different from other children. PQ. She'd wear a raincoat even on sunny days, making her inadvertently stand out. god. Speaking of which, what happened to the purse I made the other day? Oh, it got torn up. Ow. It got caught on a branch. Let's see. Sorry, Ryu. Oh my god, why does my head hurt? Give me a second, I gotta go steal my new Crocs and back from my sister. Excuse me. Oh, jeez. You should have told me sooner. I can fix it for you. Thanks. Looking at the clean cut on the purse, I can easily tell it was done by scissors. I wish she'd open up to me about these things. I can easily... You know what? Deserved. I can easily put those kids in their place, no problem. But maybe that's exactly why she keeps it to herself. Evelyn, go lay down. Stop trying to get in my laundry. Lay down. I stuck a needle into the torn cloth while mentally sighing at my own violent impulses. Hey, Ryu, want to stop by someplace on our way home? No can do. I've got work. Oh, okay then. How about late at night? You're free after Midori falls asleep, right? I'll call the guys over and we'll have a good time. It's been ages. Still got work then. Huh? Working nights on top of that donut shop? Aren't you still in high school? It's not that difficult to falsify your information. Don't you think you're overworking yourself? I mean, I get that you have Midori to think about, but still. You have to take better care of yourself. Don't have much to offer, but if you're having a hard time, I could... No need. This isn't about Midori. Well, if you say so. Still, try to find some time for us to hang out. I just might start sulking otherwise, you know. Okay. Geez, at least pick up on the joke. Talk about embarrassing. Anyway, good luck at work. Thanks. Lacrosse club training has been pretty difficult. I've even fallen asleep during class a few times. Especially Japanese class, their teacher's voice is so soothing and mellow, it just makes you doze off immediately. Are you good? What? That's usually when he hits me with a question. The last time it happened, I totally panicked and no one in class helped me out. Can you imagine? That was kind of your own fault, though. Also, I'm busy right now. Oh, talk about being brutally honest. It's not like you never doze off during class, do you? That's none of your business. Oh my god, why does my head hurt so bad? See what I mean? You should take classes seriously. Look, I'd love to stay awake, but I've been feeling so drowsy all the time lately.
Oh, even yawned yourself.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I saw you.
No, you didn't.
My habits are really rubbing off on me. Ow, hey, why'd you punch me?
You laughed. Jeez.
Are you the Sue I've been hearing so much about? Huh? Oh, you really are as tall as I've heard. Around 190 centimeters, give or take a few. Must be a real pain on trains. Well, for you, Minato. Huh? Jeez, is that how you're really gonna introduce me? I'm Tojo Minato, Ryu's childhood friend. Tojo Minato. For a few brief moments, Suo studied Minato with eyes full of disbelief. I see. What is this expression? Could you stop staring like that? Hey, Ryu, is he always like this? No. Oh, I'm so sorry. You just look a lot like someone I know, so... Really? You must have some pretty handsome friends then. This guy is so annoying. Jeez, that was a joke, okay? Follow up on her, you'll just make me look like an idiot. You two seem pretty close. Well, we've known each other for ages. Minato slipped his arm over my shoulder with a smile. He was stronger than he looked, so I couldn't put myself away. We're not that close. Come on, no need to be shy about it. Oh, hi, Minato. Midori! Minato let go of me and rushed to Midori as soon as he saw her. Even Suo was amazed by how quickly his attitude changed. I haven't seen you in ages, Midori. How have you been? Great. Is this guy weird? I love you, Minato. I love you too, Midori. Just ignore him. He's always like this. Right. It's gotten late. Are you hungry, Midori? Yes. Then let's go. I'll see you around, Suo. Oh, okay. You're not leaving? Sorry, I am. What's wrong? To tell the truth, I had a fight with my mother this morning. It wasn't anything serious, but I said something awful in the spur of the moment, and I kind of don't want to go home. The puppy-eyed look Suo gave me didn't match his tall, imposing stature at all. Please, Ryu, could I stay with you for just a little while longer? Little Midori can stay too. You're hungry, right? I can treat you to something. So... Suo. Yes? Putting off problems only makes them worse. I know. Hold on a sec. Suo kept his gray eyes fixed on the ground. He looked like he was about to cry. Sighing, I took out a pen and paper from my bag and then hastily jotted down a few lines. Here you go. I handed him a single sheet of paper. Is this a note? It's a letter. Oh. Suo straightened himself and began studying the piece of paper in his hands. I stopped him just as he was about to open it. Don't read it here. Why? I have to read it at home. That's my one condition for giving it to you. Got it? He's just like me for real. I didn't hear your answer. Yes, got it. His response came with the speed of light and strength that... What? Where did speed of light came from? What? His response came with the speed and strength I'd expect from someone in a sports club. Kind of made me smile, honestly. Wait, I mean... I'll be waiting for your reply. Okay. I'll see you again tomorrow, Ryu. You too, Midori. Bye-bye, Kato. That's the happiest click of the tongue I've ever heard from you. Shut up. Look, I know how it feels not wanting to go home.
He's not like... You're special. Exactly what part of me is supposed to be special? Oh, trust me, you're definitely special. To everyone around you, and most of all, to me. Let's go home, Ryu. Ryu, bathroom's ready. Got it. You can wait for me in the room. Oh, so is my ramen. Alright, time for a bath, I guess. I'm home. The door opened with a creak, and a lone woman staggered into the room. Her face was flushed bright red, and not even her thick layer of makeup could do much to hide it. It was our mother. Welcome back. Ugh, get me some water, Ryu. 1 second. Gave her a glass of water I'd prepared in advance. I focused on cleaning up the dishes, careful not to frown at the stench of alcohol that wafted from her mouth with every chuckle. God, I can't get changed by myself. Help me, Ryu. Ew. Stopped washing the plates and wiped my hands. Turning around, I saw a half-naked woman on the floor smiling at me. No other choice left, I started undressing her. First, why do they need to put this in detail? First, I pulled down her skirt and folded it up. Next came her stockings. While I did all of this, she simply continued to smile. She must have had a good day, judging by that expression on her face. The smell of alcohol soaking her clothes made my head hurt. Thanks, Ryu, you're such a good boy. Anyway, I'm off to bed. After changing into her pajamas, the woman patted me on the head and staggered toward her room with a can of beer in hand. I felt sick to my stomach. That bath couldn't come soon enough. But just as I stood up and headed for the bathroom, attitude did a sudden 180. Huh? What the hell are you doing in my room? Damn, I forgot Midori was in her room. Having finished drying her hair, she must have lain down for a quick nap on her mother's bed. However, when she walked in, Mother... Jesus! At any hint of restraint, kicked Midori off the bed. Useless little shit. I'm busting my ass feeding you, so the least you could do is try not to constantly upset me. I'm sorry. You think crying will make it okay? God, you're such an annoying little brat. She then threw the can at her. It hit the floor with a loud thud, spraying beer all over the terrified Midori. I'm sorry. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What are you staring at? Want to say something, Ryu? You. Whatever. I'm off to bed. You clean this mess up. I didn't hear you. I'll clean. Ryu. I'm surprised you'd show up even at a time like this. I was worried you might be sad. Already used to it. Is it always like this? Yeah. She's our mother. Shut up. Children can't choose where they're born. Shut the hell up. Yeah. I was never given a choice, and I couldn't change anything. So, don't come talking to me about alternate possibilities. Just frustrates the hell out of me. I wish I could do something. I knelt down on the alcohol-covered floor. Why do I have to do this? Others don't. Why? To think of. So don't make me. That's why I'm here. Hold on. And Mamiya's voice from above me. Looking up, all I saw was the same old rabbit head with its unreadable expression. Children can't choose their homes. But I chose you. You understand me. You. Chosen. What a load of crap. It's so stupid. I kept wiping the floor over and over again, but the smell of alcohol never left my nose. When we're done for the day, you can go home. Thank you. And here's your pay. Thanks. It's getting late. Head straight home, kiddo. Will do. Alright. Ugh, I'm freezing. I can't believe you're fine with your sleeve rolled up like that. Want me to hold your hand? You look kind of happy. Did something happen? Nothing much. Come on, I've known you for ages. I know something's going on. Tell me. I'm almost there. Well, I have no idea what that means, but I'm happy for you anyway. Ouch. Hey, I didn't hit you that hard, did I? Oh, am I already out of ramen? This is not filling enough. Okay, I guess I am. Hi, Ryu. I see you're working hard as usual. Yeah. I don't see Midori around, though. She only had morning classes and left early. Oh, I see. Then let's head out. And so the other person playing the same position as me... Huh? What'd you just say? Please, stop. I have to go. Hey. Hello? Are you alright? Here, you can use this wet tissue to wipe your face. Is something wrong? Can you move? You don't have to do this. Huh? Please, just leave me alone. But... Shut up. You didn't help when they were punching me. Just leave. Let's go. Wonder why some people do things like that. Okay. Don't think too much about it. You're right. Thank you. Still, violence is the one thing I just can't overlook. Only cowards rely on brute force like that. Yeah. Anyway, I'm heading this way, so... Oh, Fidgeting, Suo gave me a couple of furtive glances. After a few moments, he finally mustered up the courage to act and promptly took something out of his bag. Yeah? I wrote you a reply. When I tried to open the letter, Suo motioned for me to stop. I thought we agreed to read these at home. We did, didn't we? Guess you're right. Anyway, I'll be waiting your reply. Right. Promise me you'll do it. Yeah, sure, whatever. Read them at home, huh? I sure don't want to go home, though. I'm back. Carefully opened the door, but my eyes widened when I saw the shoes in the foyer. Shit. I didn't think she'd be back so soon. A pair of gaudy high heels lay next to Midori's tiny shoes. Other words, she and my mother were all alone in the house. Straining my ears, I heard a faint sound from the other side of the door. I had a bad feeling about this. Midori! I flung the door open without even bothering to arrange the shoes and was met with a hellish sight. Why do you even exist? It's all your fault. Sorry. A room littered with beer cans, coat, and various pieces of discarded clothing strewn all over the floor. The center of it all was my drunk mother hitting an almost naked Midori. Jesus! This is a lot. This is a lot. Stop it. I tried to pull my mother away, but the cold glare she threw my way made me stop in my tracks. Are you also going to get in my way? All you ever do is protect this half-witted brat. Midori was desperately gasping for air. Beneath her wrinkled shirt, I could see several large bruises. It's always like this, and you're always saying it's my fault? Why doesn't anything go my way? Why isn't Osamu here? For a moment, I doubted my own ears. That name Osamu triggered something in my brain. My mother let go of Midori and jumped on me instead. Too distracted to properly react, I ended up underneath her. I hope he kills her. I hope he kills her. Ryu, answer me. The world was an unfair place. The parents you were born to would end up shaping your life a great deal. No matter your efforts, and regardless of how you tried to live a good life, they'd always pull you back down to their level. I was born to a low-life mother, and nothing in the world would change that. It was a stigma I'd have to carry for the rest of my life. Why does it have to be like that? My mother continued pummeling me. I saw Midori trembling behind her, clearly on the verge of passing out. You don't have to watch this. I'm used to pain. I'd rather she hit me than you. But why? Taking my weakening mother's fist with no resistance, I slowly directed my gaze toward the window. The day was about to end. Metallic taste spread across my mouth. Probably a wound inside my mouth. Nothing to worry about, though. Pretending I didn't feel the pain, I stood up and rinsed my mouth in the bathroom. The face I saw reflected in the mirror had been swollen beyond recognition. People at school were going to start rumors about me having had another fight. I'd have to endure their cold gazes all over again. What a pain in the ass. The bathroom was dark, almost like a solitary confinement cell. Water continued to pour from the tap. I'd yet to turn it off. Nothing had changed. I wouldn't ever escape this. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain flare up in my chest. Looking up in the mirror, it became clear I wasn't doing too hot. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could, attempting to stifle the pain. Why? Why did I have to deal with this all alone? For you. You again. Let's run away, Ryu. Huh? The hell are you talking about? Cut the crap. I'm dead serious. Run away with me. Mamiya extended his hand toward me. I almost took it, but in the end I gritted my teeth and pushed him away. I'm not running. Ever. But you're in pain. I'm not. Not one to be easily dissuaded, Mamiya went on. It's okay to run from your pain. Come with me. Let's escape. Together. I looked up. Mamiya continued to wait as I hesitated. I slowly took his hands. Jesus. Before I knew it, Mamiya had embraced me. What? It's okay. I know how much you've done. You should be more proud of yourself. I've got nothing to be proud of. But you do. I know how much you've endured. I was the only one capable of seeing him. The rest of the world, he didn't even exist. Yet, I felt a genuine warmth emanate from his body. I slowly wrapped my arms around him. 8, 2 and 2. Plenty of warmth. For the first time forever, I let my guard down and someone else. I went back to that room and cleaned up the mess of discarded clothes and beer cans. Midori was sleeping in the corner, so I picked her up and back to her room. Her face was covered in dried tears and drool. I put pajamas over her underwear and slipped her under the futon. I forgot I'd received a letter from Suo earlier today. I took his envelope out of my... He must have some random general store. It was, of course, blue in color, just like his hair. To Ryu. Thank you for your letter. late to read what you had written, so I ended up rushing back. When I placed my hand on the doorknob, though, I hesitated for a moment, scared to face my mother. And I remembered what you told me about delaying problems. I mustered all my courage and opened the door. Mother welcomed me with a usual smile. Feeling guilty, I immediately apologized for what I had said earlier. She looked surprised for a moment, praised me for admitting it. It's a little embarrassing, to be honest. I'm almost a grown-up. I should know when to apologize. And I'm glad I did. It's all thanks to you, Ryu. You've done more for me than you can imagine. See. So you asked me in your letter whether I'd apologized. And my answer is yes. I believe it's now my turn to ask a question. What's your favorite dish? P.S. Mine's gratin and peaches. Isn't gratin potatoes? Who eats potatoes and peaches? Broken into a smile without even realizing it. I'd better write a reply before our next meetup. Mamiya's kindness and Suo's single-mindedness made me forget the throbbing pain in my cheeks, allowing me to drift off into a peaceful sleep. What do you think this is, Midori? Suo pulled out a white envelope. Excited and starry-eyed, Midori immediately grabbed it, just as he had expected. Surprise! They're tickets to the amusement park. Huh? Where'd you get those? They're from a friend of my father's. Say, do you like amusement parks, Midori? Midori gave such an enthusiastic nod I worried she might hurt herself. Seeing that, Suo's lips turned into a wide grin. That's great. It wouldn't have been much fun to go on my own. Seeing the two of them have such a cheery conversation filled me with relief. Maybe I really could entrust her to him. Right. Listen, Suo. Midori can be a bit hard to control at times, but she'll be fine if you... Although it rarely ever happens, if she ends up throwing a tantrum, make sure to... Talking about, I have free tickets here. Look, I've got work. Exhaled a sigh. They were both giving me classic puppy dog eyes. Guess I should be off work Sunday. I can't wait! Are you alright, Ryu? All out? Sorry, Ryu. I'm alright, it's just been a while. I popped down on a nearby bench. Suo, being considerate as usual, brought me a drink. I would have loved to join them, especially after seeing them so worried, but truth be told, I still felt a little sick. After her for me, Suo. Of course, don't worry, I'll make sure she has enough fun for the both of you. He heaved a sigh of relief. Suo and Midori exchanged looks and chuckled. I haven't seen her smile like that in ages. You could do with a bit more smiling yourself, Ryu. Come on, I'm having plenty of fun as it is. Smiling's good for your health, though. They say it lowers stress. Just give it a try. Mia seemed decently satisfied by the forced, awkward-looking smile I gave. Amusement parks bring back lots of memories for me. I've never been fond of overly crowded places. For whatever reason. Mother. Oh, that's right. Wasn't with me either. It's all by myself. Wait, did I really? Oh, I think there was someone else with me. An adult. Are you feeling better from that coffee cup ride now? Yeah. Then let's go ride the merry-go-round next. Hey, Mamiya! Staggered to my feet as Mamiya started... He headed straight for the merry-go-round. Only a few people were waiting in line, so we could get on almost right away. Wait up, Mamiya. I don't want to ride this. Come on, everyone's waiting for you. The horses won't start until you get on one. Urged on by Mamiya, I reluctantly climbed on top of a horse. It was the only black horse surrounded by a bunch of white ones. I'm sorry for burping so loud. Again. Oh, this is so cute. I really like the art in this game. Good choice. That's a quality breed. Strong, proud animal. Mamiya acted almost like he knew the thing. Despite finding this whole situation ridiculous, I still felt a tinge of excitement when I realized I'd managed to pick a reliable steed. You know this horse? Of course I do. It's been through many a battle, fighting his master to countless victories. It's pretty well known, actually. Sure? It's okay for me to pick this horse. You're getting the wrong idea, Ryu. It's the opposite. Horse picked you. Horses are smart animals. Be able to gauge the capacity of aims. Anyone worthy of this horse. Next hero this world is waiting for. After confirming that everyone had gotten onto their horses, the attendant headed to the control box. Lights flared up all around us. There was a cut prism in the middle that reflected the light everywhere. He got on the horse next to one, looking like a loyal vassal awaiting his king's orders. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. After images of light appeared in the darkness every time I blinked. I mean, Mamiya looked at me straight in the eye. He's there, right next to your heart. The horse sprang into motion with the sound of the buzzer. The announcement finally snapped me back to reality. I think I'm gonna let it hit the 5-hour mark, and then I'm gonna stop, because my throat is starting to hurt from talking this long. The other guests appeared to have already dismounted. I jumped off my horse and patted its neck. It felt like plastic, yet I could sense warmth coming from it. I don't really remember much of Catherine. I gave its back another meaningful stroke, like someone saying goodbye to a loyal companion they'd braved countless hurdles with. I also only ever did one single route in Catherine, so maybe that's why I don't remember much of it. Ryu, where on earth have you been? Suo, and Midori too. You went on the roller coaster. I thought my heart would jump out of my chest when it brought us to the top. I want to go again. You do? Wow, you're braver than I am. Why don't you go with her, Ryu? It can't be much fun sitting around on a bench all day. I haven't had this much fun in my life. Huh? I love amusement parks. Really glad I came. Thanks for inviting me, Suo. I'm having lots of fun, too. It's getting a bit late. Then let's make the Ferris wheel our last ride. But it's beautiful around this time of day. When our turn came, we all boarded the metal cabin. You don't look too comfortable. Yeah, it happens to me all the time. I'm used to it, though. You're so small, Ryu. Yes. It's so beautiful. Ooh, Kato, look at this. It's really pretty. Do you think we can see our house from here? I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Oh, that does sound... That would make sense. That would make sense. Midori's excitement made me look out the window. Scenery really was utterly breathtaking. Evening sun had painted the cityscape orange. People on ground level seemed like tiny little ants. It reminded me of a diorama I'd seen a long time ago. A small, artificial-looking world. People continued. Up here, our everyday struggles felt strangely inconsequential. Did you have fun? Suo turned toward me, his features darkened by the backlight. Yeah. The sun shone directly into my eyes, forcing me to squint. Suo's angle, I must have looked pretty ridiculous. My parents used to go to the amusement park all the time, and we'd always leave the Ferris wheel for us. I first looked out at the city from above. I almost couldn't believe how small and beautiful it was. My mom and dad still got along really well back in those days, and I had tons of fun. I remember not wanting to go home. I wished I could just stay on the Ferris wheel forever. So you see, I wanted both you and Midori to have that same experience. I see. I appreciate it. Glad to hear that. Smiling, Suo tilted his head to the side, made me feel somewhat wistful. He seemed to have noticed how exhausted I was. I was supposed to be looking after them, not the other way around. I averted my eyes out of embarrassment. Hey, Suo. Hello there. Who the hell? Suo and Midori had been right next to him until a moment ago, but now they were nowhere to be found. Instead, I saw an unfamiliar man sitting in front of me. Why did I just say man like that? Wait a second. Do I really not know him? I've been waiting for you. Minato? No, that can't be. I have this kind of intimidating aura. I felt a shudder make its way down my spine. I was short of breath and drenched in sweat. Who the hell was he? Why did I... You remember me? So happy. All sorts of images flashed through my mind. Flowing liquid. The screeching of metal. The taste of blood. No need to be afraid. Seeing a merciless arc, the Ferris wheel continued to rise. Just want to talk. Trapped in here. Mamiya. 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 Are you okay? You need to calm down. Huh? Suo? You okay? You suddenly collapsed. Ryu. Midori. I'm sorry, this is my fault for suggesting we ride the Ferris wheel. I'm sorry. No, you're wrong, Suo. I enjoyed it, I really did. You don't have to apologize. I'm not lying. I had the time of my life. Okay, I think this will be my stopping point for now. Because my throat literally hurts so bad from talking for this long. So, unfortunately, I do work like every day this week. So I don't know when I'm going to do this next. I mean, tomorrow I get off at 11, so maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Because I really like this game, and I want to continue it. But since I've already started streaming it, I want to finish it streaming. So I'll probably do it tomorrow night if I can. Otherwise, it'll happen on the weekend. But yeah. Thank you for joining me for 5 hours, which was a lot longer than I thought I was going to go. But so hopefully the next time we'll finish this and maybe finish another one too. So yeah, okay. Good night to whoever is still watching.